Showing off, don't wanna have to wait tonight, better off, I'm gonna find my way tonight, won't you talk to me, I wanna heal your sorrow, talk to me, we'll make a new tomorrow, talk to me, one night to find the answer, talk to me, what makes this heart beat faster? What makes this heart beat faster?
So fragile, like it was built to break off the handle. How'd we get to this place? We're leaving everything behind for new and exciting feelings, but I won't leave you. Will everything we know be lost and changed for something new? Only time will tell, but I'll be holding you. 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 I'll be holding you.
Oh, hello everyone. Sorry, I forgot to switch my scenes, or I forgot to add myself to a call. One momento. And there we go. Hello everyone. Welcome, welcome. It is time to play more Great Ace Attorney. Oh, and my console just went to sleep mode. How's everyone doing? Welcome, welcome. Hopefully everyone's having a great Friday. Now that we should be able to... What the fuck? Something happened. What? Huh. Huh. Something interesting is happening on Twitter. Don't know why, but apparently someone's going through some weird stuff right now. Interesting. Anyways, yeah, we're going back into Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I'm excited because I love mystery games. So this is great. I'm gonna have so much fun with this. What's this? Sorry about that one. Also, I just realized the music was a little tad bit loud. My bad. I apologize. Oh God. Ayo, Divine. 90 of my work. I'm finally up. I got a traffic field drive. 64 fudging months. Holy crap, yeah, that's actually kind of long. Holy crap. Wow. Thanks for the reset, by the way. Well, good luck, and hopefully you have your AC on. It's so fucking hot. It's 100 degrees outside right now. Dude, yeah, just stay hydrated and like stay cool if you can.
Oh, MBS, it's like 90 at my work.
on?
I am finally off, but I got a traffic filed drive. I 64 months.
What's going on? Sorry, I'm right now trying to figure out what's going on. Don't worry, I'll keep subbing to support your addictions. Yes, my addictions to stream and my other addictions as well. Additions to my addictions. Thanks, man. I need to figure out what's going on. Hold on. Oh? Who is this? Sorry, I'm right now reading some Twitter posts right now, and I'm curious of some things going on. I apologize for a little bit of a delay. Okay, I think we're good now. Okay, cool. Sorry about that. Gonna turn on the console now. All right, back to more Great Ace. Sorry about that. I apologize. God, every time I start streaming, it seems like some shit's happening. So I need to like catch up and see what's going on, because it seems like it's nothing minor either. It's not a minor thing. Apparently, it's like a big thing. Like massive, like humongous. You guys can't believe it. Like it's that big kind of a deal kind of thing. Also, I gotta feed my Snorlax. Make sure everyone else you feed your Snorlax too, by the way. It is past lunchtime, so I suggest you guys feed it. Feed it, you must. It must be hungry after literally not eating anything for like what, 4 hours? For 4 hours of like whoever's not been like feeding it. I mean, I'm pretty sure Snorlax can survive it, but I mean, like, hey, you can't confirm that when you just not feed it, you know? Eventually, it's gonna bite your ass also. By the way, did you buy that game set? It's on Game Pass, lol, my girl playing it. That's what she said. What game set? You say game set, but what game set? Are you talking about SnowRunner? Psychonauts? Frostpunk? Game set. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to recall our previous conversations now, and I don't recall. Nothing comes to mind at the moment. Let me pull up the call real quick. Let me pull up our group call real quick. As soon as let me just actually get the game set up at least first. If anything, I should probably get the game set up. The Phoenix, right? Oh, the games. Oh, that's what you meant. It's on my Switch. Here, I'll show you what's going on. Like, I got the game off on my home button. Okay, there we go. I have it on my Switch because it was on sale one time, so I decided to just buy it here. The original Phoenix Wright set games, I just watched the whole series because it was long, and also I was too busy and I was kind of poor at the time to even buy a DS at the time, so I didn't buy it. But when I did play Spirit of Justice and the Apollo series. That one I did play because I did have I think it was on the 3DS or something. I can't remember. But yeah. So I was able to buy the Apollo Justice set, but separately. Like I bought the first one, the Spirit of Justice I bought on my phone because it was on phone at the time and it was more convenient at the time. And now here we are with the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. But yeah, it's great though. Like yeah, tell V that to have fun. Like it's great. I love everything about it. It's just awesome. I'll just start this off. I'm not gonna carry about the. I'm not caring about updates for the time being. I should probably stop the music. I can barely even hear the music right now. The one just released on Xbox is 3 games is in one, I think. Oh, is it the Phoenix Wright Trials and Tribulations trilogy or the Apollo Justice trilogy? Because they're like arcs. There's the Phoenix Wright arc where you're playing as Phoenix Wright mainly. Oh shit! Oh well, you shouldn't be doing that, bro. Bro, just do text to speech. I'm pretty sure that'd be more interesting to hear. Whoa, does it like actually load by just like going here? What? Okay, no, it doesn't. I was about to say, I was like, whoa, is it just gonna let me load right in the room that I was in? No, it wasn't. It wouldn't let me. Of course it wouldn't let me. What happened last night? Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin lot next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh, that's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example, perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Remember this spot in the combo. I'll be back on when I get home. Okay, sounds good. Drive safe. Don't die. Stay cool. You know. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. That's unfortunate. I was hoping that she would actually know something. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet? Yes, I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have this striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. It's got a lot. It might be too loud. The mic might be picking up the game. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. Ah, I see. What's the terminology for this? Suppression? No, it's not suppression. Abuse of workplace, I guess. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of this ship, they have all been so kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. It does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... What is this conundrum? I actually don't know. What is this conundrum, first of all? Oh, I keep hitting B. God damn it. God, the Xbox and Nintendo buttons need to switch. Seriously. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Buria stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's right. Of course, that's it. Of course. Wait, did it not? So how is it, pray, that you came to be on board? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. I can't remember anything. It's been a while. It feels like it's been like a month. That is not your business. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. Bribery? Maybe they like found she was stowing away? An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what was that? It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel. Okay, woman, please. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist the touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from the wonderfully extravagant advertisement to the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't seem like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Huh. Descended from the heavens. Airdropped. She got airdropped like a care package. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh please, don't tell any of the crew if they found my precious... Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Ah! So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? Is it a snake? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Ha! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it can satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you eat your friends. I'll remember that. It's not even chicken, yeah. It might be a steak. Well, it would do appear this friend's identity is closely guarded secret not to be revealed. Shut up. I hate this guy. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Yeah, I'm gonna present to you... How about this? This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m., I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see? Right there. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh! Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No, I don't know anything. Oh. Well, shit. Oh, knock knock? Who's there? Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Yes, what? Wow, he's such a quick disguise. Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. All right, I will come now. Why does Stroganov... I just realized, but Stroganov has a striped face? What? You must leave, now. Oh, no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please, don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out! The passenger said out! Oh, you want me to throw you out? Yeah, I just realized, but his face... Is that a suntan, or... What is that on his face? I just realized. Ugh, it looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. He slept. He slept during the day, and I guess it must have tanned his face, maybe. What a pity. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. Huh. I have a feeling that I have a feeling that Stroganoff fell asleep and then like got that tan on his face. That's why he saw nothing, because he literally was asleep. Which makes sense. Nom 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 yum yum yum. Cheese, it's delicious. Yum yum yum. Alright, back in the passageway. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be. We hadn't managed to investigate at all. I haven't, yeah. I actually should have taken the opportunity. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Is there anything else for me to look at, I wonder? I don't think so, honestly. I don't think anything else changed around here. I've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. I think that's it, honestly. Is there new stuff in the book? That book on top of the table there really is huge. There's a pen in it, too. I'm sure that's the ship's log. Have a little look through it. Neating and precise, meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such a beautiful handwriting. Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means that there was nothing to report. Because I have a feeling he fell asleep. Oh yeah, this is all the stuff we already learned last week. Okay, so I guess there's nothing else. We'll just have to go back inside the first room. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin, it's Kazuma-sama's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any new clues. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. This is also true, yeah. Actually, you know what? That actually is a good point. Can't go inside Pavlova's. We'll go back inside Kazuma's cabin. See if we found anything new. Back inside the cabin of Kazuma's room. Hey, it looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yeah, but I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. Are you here? Ah, there he is. Wow, he's literally off the corner. Oh, God. Hosonaga, are you okay? Ah, you're back. You're back. Or, sorry. Ah, you're back. Inspector, what happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little bit about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh, I bumped into a man claiming to be the great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Sherlock Holmes. I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Or shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. Hello, famous lawyer. Hello, Boston Dominus. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know what that graceful angel? Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh? How? Doing good, playing Digimon Cyber Sleuth. Hey, yo, that's the turn-based, is it a visual novel turn-based action battle? I'm trying to remember that game, but that game came out like 3 years ago? God, it feels like it's been forever, but I'm not, but my dates are like mixed up. Hopefully you're having fun with that though, because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Whoops, now I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure that the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. I bought on a Switch for 9 euros. Ooh, I wonder how much 9 euros is. Hold on, let me do a quick check of 9 euros. 9 euros to USD. How much is that? For about $9, that's pretty good, I would say. For a game that's like fairly recent, I'd say that's a pretty good price. Good job. Oh, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. New information. Tell us, what is it? What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Buria's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report? Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cerebral vertebrae is what's written in the report. His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or any signs of injury, so at first I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? It had 88%, it had an 88% courting. I'm Dutch, by the way. Ah, I see. I see. Welcome. I am a I live in the US, so we live on the opposite side of the world. Nothing has been found yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. I honestly cannot hear the music because of the AC blasting next to me. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be of useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. Aww. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah. The post-mortem report has been entered into the court records. Oh, what do you think about Sherlock Holmes? Oh, Mr. Holmes was here, wasn't he? Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. "It's shoe polish," was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there by the piece of broken glass, do you see? That's shoe polish? Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? Ah, yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Holmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is this, Susaru-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoe as they scuffed on the floor? Huh. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. It was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. We were drugged, I tell you! We were drugged! Okay, that's secured, that's secured. I wonder if there's anything else I can find. I could like look up. I'm gonna look at these old hints again. It really is such a beautiful color, this glass. It looks like whatever it was broken clean in two, but the other half is nowhere to be seen. And then there's the brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish according to that great detective you seem to know all about. I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoe. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can a detective be so sure it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course. That's hardly a reason, is it? Maybe this is actually maybe it's actually Sherlock's? I wonder. It looks like a bell. Yeah, I was wondering that too. It looks like a very closely to like a bell or like a cup. Okay, nothing different, nothing different, nothing different, nothing different. I could talk to the sailor guy. I'm gonna talk to him. Yo, where did you go? Yo, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosonaga did. Humph, that new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into a bar and throw him into cold room. The cooler, Whew, he's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. Oh yeah, that is, yeah, since we're far from home. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin, neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. That could be a clue, though. I feel like that's actually kind of a major clue, maybe. So it's clear that these letters were written in the ink that was somehow spilt on the floor, and they spelled the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an ambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there, but to be truly unambiguous, it would have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written this last words or word in Russian, which begs the question of who did write it. Yeah, it definitely can't be Kazuma for sure, because I don't even think he knows Russian, does he? Unless he's like very studious, then yeah, he would know Russian, but people would normally write in a mother tongue, right? This is where Kazuma spent his final moments, writing his diary. 1:23 a.m., I could hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m., what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san. We will. Alright, let me look at the grill real quick. So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we are. Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Do I have anything else to look at? There's nothing else, it seems like. Oh, let me check. Oh, the rite of passage? These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. So by bringing her pet on board, Miss Pavlova has broken the rules. She called it her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes as yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin. A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. I think that's all I can examine in this room. Unless I present Hosonagas with something. Hold on. So we have the paper seal, crime scene photo, article about revolutionary, diary, ballerina, postmortem, mark on floor. Kazuma's diary. Speckled band. You know what? Can we go to we can't go to Pavlova's cabin. I wonder if we could talk to. Let me go talk to Stroganoff real quick. Let me talk to. Maybe I could present him with something. Oh, we were supposed to come out here. Back in the passageway. It looks like some sort of development happened. Ah! Look, Naruhodo-san! Seaman Stroganoff is gone. Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Ugh, all these Russian names are impossible to remember. Tra-la-la. Huh? Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-li-ra-li-ra-li. I did it the great detective way. Oh, of course. This caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Alright, I guess we're going to Pavlova's room. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back. It's Stroganoff, not Stringy Knot. God, my throat's already starting to hurt. My throat's already starting to hurt from all this, the only Russian I know is Boris. Boris, yeah. Don't forget about Vladimir. Like Vladimir, and what other Russian name is there? Shevensky, is Shevensky a Russian name? I feel like Shevensky is, but I'm not. I could be mispronouncing it completely. All right, back in here. Miss Pavlova isn't yet back yet. Susato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Wait, where is she gone? Oh, she's over there. Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake. And for mine. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Oh, her room is also messy, too. All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps? Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase. I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked him all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Wait, the case is open. Oh my, Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret, because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? I kind of want to hear the music. Hold on, I'm going to plug in my headphones real quick. Like, as much as I don't like wearing headphones all the time, because like it eventually hurts my ears, but sometimes there is some music that actually sounds really good. And I'm pretty sure this music sounds amazing as well. Ooh, it does sound nice. It's very fancy. Oh, I just realized the music was not coming. Was the music not coming out at all? No one said anything. No way. Okay, well, let me see if I can fix this. I don't know why it's not working. Why is it not working? There we go. I don't know why. I guess I had to open up the program before to actually make it work or not. I don't know. Yeah, sorry for the silence, guys. It was supposed to be silent. Oh, sorry. I meant to just look at that. I've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. The table, not the emptiness. It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people. Or, because Miss Pavlova only came to this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? Yeah, why am I being so... Why am I being so, like, obstinate about it? I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't seem like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Ah, do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What? A leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Naruhodo-san, it's poor etiquette to go siphoning through someone's rubbish, you know? Ugh, those eyes. She look at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. What about the desk? There are just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruto-san. Kindly remember that. Man, don't you just love it when you're like, just shouted at? Yes, the display in this cabin too. Look, the SS Buria's rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in the cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yes, so do I. Don't want to look at her belongings, but it looks like I might have to. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Ah, maybe. It's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin wouldn't notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. What about these wardrobe? Naruhodo-san, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here. Yes. Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. Fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could have entered the cabin from outside. Yes, it's not particularly a heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you wouldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack through the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Aww. Well, there's the last thing I just saw a murder happen in Digimon. Oh no! Are the Digidestins, the Digidestined alright? I don't even know if Digidestined are still a thing in Cyber Sleuth. God, you can tell I know the OG Digimon. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. Oh no, that's dangerous. She's barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug too. I don't think we should do that while in Pavlova's room. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. That's it. That's everything else in here. I don't think there's anything else in this room. Nothing on the floor. Yeah, I think that's it. Alright, well, I guess we're done here. Alright, back to the passageway, I guess. Anything else in here that we need to investigate? We can investigate her door. Miss Pavlova's cabin. This could be our chance. What? The burly sailor doesn't appear to be around at the moment. We could investigate every last inch of that cabin. I'm not sure if we could go that far, but we could certainly do with the looking around more. I'm sure we could learn something. Well, we already did though, so that's it. Oh, there's the inspector. Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, look. Wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la-la, I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? I see a lazy. I see a Rushi. Hi there, Rushi. How you doing? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. Good to hear. Hopefully your Friday is a great start to the weekend. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky her luck was about. Excuse me. I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Ah! What is it? You want to fight? Honestly, interrupting a fellow man when he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as a good time as any. I barely nearly jumped to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. You don't know Baritsu, my friend. The actual Sherlock Holmes knows Baritsu. I don't think you know how to do Baritsu. Alright, I get the picture. Now could you put those fists away? Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in a study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Oh yes, the ship's log. And did you find out anything useful from it? Lazy singing stream went? I don't sing on stream, but I did make a YouTube cover of a song. I did karaoke a little bit on stream, like way back when. So there was that. But yeah, that's about it. Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. It's okay, it's on my YouTube. Which means there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened. So, you truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by. Sorry. Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman off stands sentry in the first-class passageway, and he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Every half hour. Oh, he writes down every 30 minutes. Nothing to report. That's laugh, not cry. Oh, that's okay. I thought that was a cry. My bad. It looked like a cry for a second. Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there's just that. I wonder if I actually could do like another. I mean, I do have another cover coming out. I'm right now in the middle of waiting for it to be mixed and mastered. Other than that, there's not really much others like covers I would do. But yeah, it's coming out soon. I don't know. Give me about maybe a couple weeks. I think I'll be done. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night in which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Well, alright. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes, Sholmes. Brilliance. Ooh, ouch. Well, what is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Everyone does. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. Was everyone drugged at 2 a.m.? He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... Well, I feel the same. Sorry. Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? Okay, well, looks like that's about it over there. Should we go back to Kazuma's cabin? We're already done with Pavlova's cabin, I think. We have the log. Actually, wait, hold on. Maybe I can give the log, show the log over to, what's his name? Hosonaga. Maybe he might know something. Oh, damn it. I can't give him anything. Actually, you know what? I'll use my court record. Beef stroganoff. Duty crewman. Nothing to report, nothing to report, nothing to report, nothing to report, and then 2 o'clock, nothing happened. Scuff mark. It does look like a bell that was cracked in half, with a scuff mark on the ground. We're not sure why that exists. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. 135. That's the last time when when Beef Stroganoff reported nothing to report. Still, this Russian text is a little concerning. I wonder if he's holding something in his other hand. Normally people don't fall with their hands clenched, which is a little strange. You drew the characters for this paper seal, didn't you, Naruhodo-san? There's such bold, vivid strokes you made. You're looking at a man who came aboard inside a trunk. Those brush strokes needed to make a statement. If they found me in a wardrobe, it would be... Okay, I remember that. And we already looked at the rice glue part. Huh. Oh, there's a serial number here. I didn't know this. My personal student number is engraved on the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a UMA student at the university. You may not come in, as they say. Wow! I've only sung on stream twice, and both times I was about 60 shots of Jack Daniels into drunk VRC. You know, that's probably the only way people would actually would be willing to sing on stream when they're drunk. Of course, you can get a new pin if you just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget not to forget that. It's a very nice pin though. I do like it. I wonder if I have to go back to Pavlova's room. I think that's probably the only thing I have left. Alright, let's go back to... Fuck. I'm gonna go ahead and jump over into Pavlova's room and maybe find out, maybe that's where I have to proceed the story. Oh! Ha! What was that? Whee! What the heck? Shut down the enemy engines immediately! Vessel sighted a quarter-mile fore! Full stop! Hard to starboard! All hands brace for impact! What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? Oh. I can't stand! Susanoo-san, hold on to me! Susanoo-san, are you alright? Iceberg, dead ahead! Jack, don't let go! I think I'm fine. Thank you. It's an iceberg. Is it an iceberg? Also, no spoilers, by the way. I am trying to play this game blindfold. I'm doing a blind play. It looks like we've avoided a collision. I think... Yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness. What about you, Naruto-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Oh shit. Hello? Is anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruto-san? Unbolt the door, quickly! What? The bolt? Oh. Look at that. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susanoo-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Naruto-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? We probably should. I'd better tie this place up first. I feel like it's more important. Never played. Okay, just making sure. I didn't know if the iceberg was actually a hint or not from the actual thing. Our violent emergency stop has solved one mystery, at least in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around, tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. That's not good. Oh, that's not a good sign at all. Cheese it. Yum. Don't have the brain cells for a game like this. I see. Understandable. I sometimes don't think I have the brain cells either, but I still love mystery games. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine. Thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Wait, what? How'd that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. The first class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean... Oh, that alarm outside. That someone pressed that button outside. Ah! You wicked intruder! Dressed all in black! You are the devil! Sorry? Me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. You opened my traveling case! How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector? Yes? Arrest this man! I know he did it! He is a criminal! Is it not enough that he has killed a man? And he stole away as well! If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Take him away! He's trespassing as well as everything else! Stowing away, trespassing, killing! She is right, you are devil! It doesn't look good, does it? There's a cell below deck, throw him in! Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong, then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? They have a cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. Ugh, after my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. These Russians are more annoying than drunk drivers. A little bit. I've dealt with worse drivers, honestly. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately! I have to somehow it looks like I have to convince these guys that it wasn't me. At least I... What the fuck is he doing there? He's a cicada? Is he a... What the... What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes? Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles felt on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what others people do not? Bro thinks he's a monkey, seriously. This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if I could bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. You again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector, I confess, I've been looking for you. You have? I have something to report to you, most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me with somewhere other than the hook on the wall next time. What is the report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes, the case of the curious murder that took place last night, here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved. By me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I'm about to reveal my great detective's gently admired great deduction to the case. Oh, my throat's starting to hurt already. I should get a cough drop, maybe. Ha! You have solved it. Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all know who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. We're all bluffing. He's not bluffing. It's more like he misunderstood a lot of things. Because when we found out how his mind works, he does have a good ability, but what it leads to is just complete misunderstandings. So we have to like fix his mind process pretty much to actually make it work. However, we'll see what he has to say. It is a stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it, and also someone put these on me beforehand. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, that's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Locked room, that's his point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. But also, how can I put the sticker back on myself? There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We've never discovered one. Why, it gapes open mouth even at you, even as we speak. The ventilator, man. The ventilator? You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. The ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m., I could hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m., what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Precisely, my dear madame. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Ooh, it's the dramatic music. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! Shock! It's a snake! Allow me to introduce you all to the band, the speckled band. A snake? Indubitably. Everyone's shocked. Snake. It do be a snake. I love snake. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Oh! Wait, that stripe on the Stroganoff's face, is it the snake? Yes, you're right. I think it's in this case, you'd have to call it a striped band. The striped band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for you, the young man who died, but that is all. His death is nothing to do with me. The whole thing is nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi? It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Oh great, we're doing this. Okay, let's do it. Alright, here we go. Let's find out what his brain is thinking. And then we're gonna prove it wrong. Or well, we're gonna correct it rather. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. Okay, so it's not her heart that has to do with it. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So, we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. Yeah, I was about to say, her reaction to the snake was not her friend for sure. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations in the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? Oh, she's hiding something. No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal, can only be the snake's sloth kid. That's not it. What is that, actually? Is that a scarf? Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No? I don't know what you're talking about. You can tell that his thoughts derailed a little bit. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. What if it was the tiara that was actually slipping through? In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake, whose markings change with each time it lost its skin. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. I'm sorry, okay, that seems very wrong. Alright, topic number 2, tell us more. How Mr. Asogi died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. That's not it, though. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence that we took from at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost, but not quite, imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snakebite delivered by a terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There's no point in feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you choose. That's right. You hid evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. The serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling noise, that sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeed, you'd put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once, and its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Well, I have a couple evidences that prove otherwise, my friend, but sure, let's just go with that for now. So I can clearly tell that there's a few things that's wrong because I have evidence, but there are some other things I don't know about, actually. I need to look into it. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. You know I love snakes. I would love to hold that snake right now. Although, as long as it's not poisonous, though. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. It's a cat, then. Incredible. You've solved the mystery. It's not, though. Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I can see why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what's on your mind? It's just, about your deductions before, some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method. I will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all... Pulls out her notebook. Here we go. Snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madame. And the reptiles, don't drink milk. Ah. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. Their logic holds. Well, there's something else. Snakes have no ears. Ah. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, snakes don't have ears. Yes, so I'm not sure if it really is possible to signal a snake by whistling. But madame, what is the tales of Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing. You have more? Snakes use scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in the cabins. Then it should try harder. Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the train had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. Oh, he looks so dejected. Hosonaga just looks, he looks like he just realized he got bamboozled. Pavlova also. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruto. Oh no, you don't mean. Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruto. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? You've done it again! Your handcuffs are gone! Where did they go? Fear not, I shall see they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd just leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Featuring Mr. Naruhodo, please. Featuring Mr. Naruhodo? Come on! Alright, course correction. Hold it, Mr. Holmes! Alright, here we go. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. This death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. So aching heart seems wrong. She does have a pained expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Holmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. Oh, wait, what is that? What the hell? A claw scratch? Oh, Naruhodo-san, look! It looks like a very painful wound. It looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently too. Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here. So there's that. What else is causing her pain? So we have a claw scratch now. Oh. There's her ear as well. She has an earring. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. I see a cat in the picture. She does have a cat. But what am I looking for if it's not the claw mark? Ear? Is it her ear? Maybe it's the ear? She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair. Looks like little pink shells. Oh, what's that? There's something dangling down from her ear. Ah, that's an earring. The crescent moon part looks as though it's made from wood. It's charming, isn't it? Women do seem to love adornments like that. In their hair, around their necks, on their fingers, and even hanging from their ears, it seems. Well, jewelry is beautiful, Naruhodo-san. But it's not that. Aching something. Something is aching, but we're not sure. I'm not sure what. Thought it would be. Maybe it is this. Actually, I can present it. Okay, yeah, I have to present it. Sorry. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch? Sometime last night? Ah! When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend on which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected. Hold on, let me go back to the history real quick. Hold on. So, the wound is worse, and so that pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So she reacted to saying that it is linked to the victim's death. But is that true? It doesn't seem right. Okay, so continuing the conversation. Without a doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. It is not. It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. But that's where we'll find the answer. We already saw it earlier though. Right there. Wait a second, it has a bell! Dude, the cat must have gone inside his room, broke, and the bell must have cracked while inside his room. Ah, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true. But personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Can you not tell it's a cat? Goddamn, are you blind? I just realized I'm blocking her. I'm blocking Susato's face. I just realized. Hold on. My bad, guys. Wow, I did not realize I was actually blocking her face. I might have to change it. Hold on, I'm gonna change scenes real quick, guys. Also, I'm gonna BRB as well. Uh-oh. Hold on, is that not work? Is that not right? Uh-oh. Hold on, let me change the scenes real quick. There we go. Where's me? Where's me? Oh no, where is me? Where did I go? Hold on. Uh-oh, where did I go? Hold on a second. Where did I go? Hello? Okay, that works. Is this working? Hold on a second. I'm hidden. Wait, where am I hidden? What the heck? Hold on a second. Oh, I think I know what happened. Yeah, I figured. Okay, I figured as much. Hold up. There we go. There I am. There I am. Sorry about that. Hold on. I'll be right back, guys. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. There we go. So now Susato can be seen. Holy crap. This entire time I didn't realize I was covering up the bottom right, which had Susato's face there. Whoops. My bad. Okay, everything looks fine. Cool. Okay, alright. Maybe we better take a closer look at this. It's a kitten! Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling here. Oh, what a cute little kitten. It could vibe with you, wouldn't it? Couldn't it, Naruto-san? For the blackest outfit. A black kitten. And from the looks of this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it.
Yes!
The little kitten's not here, but also. Without a doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes! The scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no! The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought your animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Ah! Daka my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Daka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, the fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. So that leads us to another question. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me! Okay, we already saw that part. Give the answer to this question. It's not that. It's what is that thing though? What is that? Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would ever have known. Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Sholm's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was a specialty, or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? What is that? Aw, what is that? What is that? Well, it is speckled and is a band, but what is it? It seems to be some soft and fluffy. Is it a scarf? Oh no! It's the teaser! It's a cat teaser! And that looks like a handle at one end. I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort of thing common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them, and they can pounce to catch it. Haha, that sounds positively adorable. Well, that's probably it then. Yes! That thing you are trying to, but failing to conceal, is, a cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. Ah! And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator? 'Cause the cat escaped in there? You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim would not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of a cat by the name of Darka. Yeah! A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Oh wait, I forgot she has the Russian accent. Darka, she is so naughty. A beloved kitten was the intruder's identity. Solved. Now, how did he die is a question. It's not the cat. It can't be the cat. We just proved that it can't be the cat. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? Okay, we already read this part earlier, I'm not gonna repeat it. But why is she reacting to the death of our friend, though? If what Mr. Sholmes says is true, there were no signs of a wound anywhere on Mr. Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something, or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found though. Presumably Daka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma to deal with the fatal blow. I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh, yeah, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we would need to fix his deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened?
Yes!
It's the bell. Yes! An examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I now carry as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results, and undeniable ingredients of shoe polish, not polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Yes, but looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point to the floor and tripped. Please, no! And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the ground. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. No! I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But her glance betrays the hiding place of what you chose. But it's not the traveling case. She looked towards the direction of the traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest what happened. And if this part of Mr. Sho's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. Behind the case? Is it the tiara? Did the cat take the tiara with her? It could be the tiara. Ah, someone appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here. It hasn't been dropped, Naruhodo-san. It's been placed. I'm starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes. Stop trying to sound like the great detective.
Yes!
Oh, that's not it? You tried to hide the evidence in plain sight, didn't you? It's this tiara. Oh, and don't give me that wide-eyed, incredulous stare. I know the truth. That 20,000 rubles is enough to make anyone lose their head. That deduction was wanting in every way. Yes, I was waiting you to hear it. I'm quite proud of it. I find myself wanting to never to have heard it. I'm quite pained by it, in fact. Oh, sorry. I'll try again. So it's not the tiara, though. Oh, what is it then? If it's not the tiara? It's the wine bottle? She's looking in this direction. What could it be? Ah, Kazuma, Fran! Hi, Fran. How you doing? What's in this case, I wonder? This is where Miss Pavlova hid her friend. That's right, and it wasn't a snake after all. No, it was that little kitten she calls Darka. Not that it's anywhere to be seen now. Seems to have let itself out of the case and gone exploring. I expect it's wrapped itself around someone's head somewhere, trying to make a new friend. Either that, or it's scratching their hands to pieces. The point is, where has it got to? What can it be? I wonder if it is the waste paper basket. There's nothing else in this direction, so I guess it would be that. Oh, there's something in there. Wait, what? This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. Or is there? Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you.
Yes!
Hey, yo. Hey, yo. That's right. You hid the evidence that links to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Ah. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Soki's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? What would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? Cha! You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know. In that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have some conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell, that would be... beep 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 beep.
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Mr. Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble your absent feline friend, Darka. Gotcha. I couldn't tell anyone. The seek is so satisfying to watch. It is, yeah. It's actually quite nice. As much as I hate Herlock Sholmes, like the poses that they do is actually pretty good. I have to admit. I'm sorry. Death by tripping over a cat. That seems a bit sad. How you died like that way. Is he really dead though? Elementary. What if he's just asleep? Just like everyone else. No, but he's dead. Post-mortem report says he's dead. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. But it can't be. I don't think it's possible. They're gonna ask why the door was bolted. Because the ship tilted. We know about that part. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Daka, so I gave her some food. I mean, he can't be dead. Yeah, he can't be dead. At least I hope not. And then all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. There's still the whistle that we don't know about. Well, the whistling could be the boat stopping. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. Oh, that's true, yeah. Even my roomie's cat was very nervous about it as well. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired the rusty Nasta wound on the back of your hand, I take it? Yes, and I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Daka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must have been sleeping. So at that point, you thought it was safe to try to lure the kitten back again by dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Daka always loved this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. It didn't. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. Wait, what? Wait, the order is wrong. She used the toy first, then whistling. So the faint whistling sound Cosmo wrote about in his diary is Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. That doesn't make sense. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... Oh! I nearly passed out with a shock. I heard her cry out, and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Cosmo was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Buria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. When I woke this morning, I heard that the young man in the cabin next to mine had died, but I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. Is that really just it though? I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it, and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board the ship? Is it his friend? Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Pirosko. Of course, fucking hell. What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when the emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ha! We are on sea for 1 year! You want to be so long without close friends? Without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who could understand you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Pirosko does not have any venom. He is harmless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. I do agree, he looks very adorable. It's venomless. Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like they say with milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Pirosko eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. Ah. Oh, so is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Not a pet, an employer, and a friend. You know what? That's also true, yeah. Sholmes? It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Pirosko has nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. He tripped and died. Wow. Miss Pavlova, I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Oh. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh shit, is there more? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. It's the timing of the whistle and the toy. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Huh? Not again! When did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we make our next port call. You were Mr. Sholmes? You were Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours, was he not? Yes, Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. So we're not doing the court thing. It looks like this is just a case on the boat. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take a shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts, Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right here in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't have possibly been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. Do I have something? Do I have something? I'm trying to think of it logically, like what is the reason that, what makes it an accident and not? What makes it an accident and what makes it not an accident? It could be that crime scene photo of him writing the words, because that's the weird part. That's weird also. There's also the ship's log, which is strange, but that doesn't really tie it, would it? I guess I would choose photograph as one of the evidence.
Yes.
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language, Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything, because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't have possibly been in there if Miss Pablo told us was true. What? So, Susato has noticed it too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives us the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words, another piece of evidence in here? What? Wah! Hey yo, Sam, what's up? How you doing? Wait, what's the other evidence then? What? Wait. There's something else we found in the cabin that couldn't have possibly been there if Miss Pavla told us was true. Did you guys play Void Corrupt? Did the update? Nope, did not. Ruyoi? Wait, what? I'm telling man, how my voice is starting to crack right now because I'm getting I'm me voice acting all these voices like hurting my neck. Hold on, something in this that shouldn't exist. What else is in here that wouldn't make sense? My Xbox Elite Series 2 controller croaked, so now I'm trying out PS5 controller. Ooh, hopefully it works. Don't worry, lazy, I didn't get this too. This is, yeah, it's not... What? Wait. No accident. The DualSense Edge. Oh, is that the one with the is it basically like the PS5 the Pro Elite controller kind of thing? Update for 0.5. Hives of Valaka will release on Steam on Thursday, October 12th. Oh, next week? Oh shit. Dark Trigon update and no Starship Troopers. Oh, Starship Troopers. Got it. Yer. What is the evidence on this one? No accident. A remnant. A remnant of what? Is it this? Oh, it can't be. What could it be? I need a 100k point redeem free sub, bro. Trooper utilities and class perks now, weapons improve, trooper models and more. Did they fix like the lag? That's my main issue with that game. End stream option, 100k end stream. Wow, wow. If I did do that, like literally, you just want me to like end the stream and just like end the day of the streaming and that's it. Just like just leave, stand up and just leave the chair, I guess. I don't want to end stream. I just want to keep collecting. Okay, it's basically a hoarder mentality. Need the points. It's the hoarder mentality, I swear. What would it be? Aside from the dying message, there's something else that's wrong. Play other games. We've been playing almost all the games. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We've been playing all other games. Oh my god. What is this? What is the evidence? What is odd? And with the evidence of being in the room that's not supposed to be there. Oh, Miguel, hello. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? I'm trying to figure out what the hell this last evidence is. Is it this? I'm like only going back to this one of all things. Yeah, but if you're streaming something about me and Sam don't have, and you're playing with your VTuber losers, we can cancel stream and you can play with us. Okay, that's a little mean. Okay, that's mean. That is hella mean, Divine. If I plan to collab and tell me to just end my stream right there, that's not gonna make it. That's not gonna make me feel bad about it, but they're all gonna feel bad about it too, you know? Bro. If that's the main reason why you want me to do that, I will be cutting you off. It's long session arena. Oh, okay. Hopefully you have good bangs. No, blame Trisha. No, I'm gonna blame you because you're the one doing it. Uh... 100k play a video game with me on stream. Bro. You get lazy social. Bro, what the fuck? I might as well just give you a fake social security number then. I'll just smash my hand on the numpad and I'll give you a random one. There you go, you get it. What is it? I guess it would be the cervical spine injury. We don't know what the blunt object is. That's also a thing.
Yes!
What point are you trying to make with that evidence? I'm starting to see how Kazuma's death really... I think. Oh wait, that was wrong. Thanks, Miguel. I'm up in the room and I don't feel secure. Gotta update that auto message. The Bluebird? Oh, is the link not working, or is it just because it's like it's not Bluebird anymore? Because it's not Bluebird. Yeah, that's true. I'll go switch up right now. Okay, so it's not okay. So that's not the evidence of that one. So what is it? If it was no accident, then what should we be looking for is one of the two things. Either the absence of something you would expect to find at the scene of an accident, or the presence of something you wouldn't. Most competiously put, my dear madame. Ah, I see. Susaro? Sasaro? Wow. I confess you're rather languid. I see doesn't fill me with confidence in this, Naruto. Don't worry, I believe in you. Well, more than Mr. Sholmes does, anyway. So something what she said. It's missing, but not missing also. What is it? I don't know what it is actually. I actually don't know what is... Oh, I didn't mean to press that button. I was probably trying to save. What could it be if it's not that? Something that exists but shouldn't, and something that shouldn't exist exists. What's in there that we saw that exists but doesn't exist? I presented the bell and the scuff mark before, didn't I? Or did I present the more post-mortem report? I forgot which one I did. I showed to them. I'm also suspicious about this Kazuma's diary as well. Could it be also the presence of the ink, actually? No, it wouldn't be the ink, would it? What is it? I legit am confused.
Yes!
Is it this? Oh, what is that? This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. Yeah, we already know about it. So what's the difference? It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did that one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Oh, that's what you meant. Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Masogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. So she was in there, and that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth. In order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yeah, I can't. Yes, there was someone else present, Mr. Asogi's. You're wasting time. Someone else was there. Of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from the inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And only other person in cabin was young student died. Was you?
Yes!
It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I know I didn't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. And in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi would really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light on the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Oh? Seaman Stroganoff. Seaman Stroganoff. Nina's a woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. Wait, sorry, who? 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. Wait, she was part of the group here? But before, she was dancing on the ship, a member of ship's band. Oh. You do not accuse Ship's Angel for being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective, you should know. Look through the eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or would you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Niet, it's impossible. Ugh, he's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around low door latches so that they can open and close it from the outside. Wait, is that what I say? Thread? Are you stupid? Those bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... Susato-san, how can you shift it onto me like that? So Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted for shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you, because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin's door bolt across from the outside.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over. That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It was a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's known as the force of inertia and acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. Ah! It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello, is anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance! That sounds like Detective Inspector Hosonaga. Oh yeah. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Sogi was killed, the SS Buria made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yeah, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? And then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Soki's cabin. Oh my. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Buria made the emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh yeah, of course. I wasn't noticed, was there? Telling you only to press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait! It was you! When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Was that him earlier? Oh my god. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with the ship! I report you to Captain, you are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin door slide closed. So, what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not? You are idiots! Buria is a large ship with many passengers. If we make an emergency stop, even in the middle of the night, there will be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruto? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruto? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. Do I have evidence? Do I have evidence? Wait, could it be in his diary that whistling they talked about? It can't be. But that's it.
Yes!
Okay, no, it's not that, Journal. Most regrettably, I see that the only emergency is that in which your logical faculties are immersed in. God damn it. Something's missing, even though it should have happened. What is this one? I don't know. I keep pressing the home button instead. What is it? What could it be that shows that there's an emergency? Is it the log?
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first class area of the ship, isn't that right? That is correct. Why? And the ship's log here, this will be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine! Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That is why I always put it, always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, It's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase nothing to report every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log. That is... because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would have normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Livin! Hello, how are you? Good to see you. How you doing? Happy Friday. Da! Da! Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Buria. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. I'm great, so much glad it's Friday. How are you doing? I'm doing great myself, just streaming, having fun, chilling, job hunting as usual. But yeah, nothing to report pretty much. Nothing to report. Just trying to relax and try to find another job. Still no luck though. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish. If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Good luck with the job hunting. I know the shit is very stressful. Enjoy your relaxing gaming time though. Thank you. I hope you have a good Friday and a weekend as well. And yeah, thank you. I hope to find a job soon. I'm getting quite stressed now that I haven't found a job yet. I might have to go back to a contract again and work 2 years as usual. My parents have been nagging me because they hate me working for contracts because they know it's a time-limited job. But it's the only one I can get because that's the only one people are looking for. Ugh. Oh well, I'll just have to keep doing. What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it. Ah. Oh yes, I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that had happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then, the first thing I noticed this morning was a throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why did I wake up when all that was happening to me? We've been drugged! How many times have I said it? We've been drugged! Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Ah, well, Cosmo Ward looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Cosmo wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No, really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Hampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber to those who consumed it. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible, unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes, they're gonna play Deep Rock. Good luck with Deep Rock! Good luck farming those points and leveling up. Well, see, man. I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. Was he trying to make us sleep so that we would do a stop and pick her up? If we refuse to talk, there will be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over to the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade. Is he referring to the assassin? Please, no more. I will tell everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Da, we cannot make our drug. How do you say? Dissolve. Ugh, talk about heavy sense seasoning. At midnight in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by a comrade on shore with a small fishing boat, while all the passengers of the SS Buria slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So, if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who disliked chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been impossible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Ah, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins, after which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite, and accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes. The overwhelming majority of passengers would have habitually sleep with their cabin bolted anyway, and not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. But is that the reason? You have talked too long and said many things. What is point? Look, enjoy game, TJ. Thank you, Livin. Hope you have a good one. And if you're going to be streaming, have a good stream as well. I will definitely enjoy this game. I love the Phoenix Wright series. The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried to desperately hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know any about this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes. Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind? What's accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man, but you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come. For one final logic and reasoning spectacular. To expose the truth. Oh, we're doing another one, back to back. So, Mr. Naruto, your assistance if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two prevaricators. Observation? If you remember, Mr. Naruto, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asoki's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. What's just... Oh, what? No way! Oh, look at this. It's some kind of stain. In an unusual place. Yes, you're right. It looks like ink if I'm not mistaken. Ink. And by look at the color too. It's clear where this came from.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff, you seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform, and I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves the stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is...
Yes!
The crime scene photograph. Yes! It's this photograph, and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink. A rather unusual color of ink, the purple. Gah! Ah, the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform that way. Which means... you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilled. Alright, yes, it was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in dead student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Buria do emergency stop and both cabin doors shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Biff, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then now Angel came to me. She was white like sheet. Beef, please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw a student boy on floor. What happened here? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend. Everything that happened in cabin was like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator in Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. Yes, that is right. So after the incident and when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers. Only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Soki's cabin, Miss Pavlova... was he already dead? Why? I already told you. When Nina opened the door of student's cabin and looked inside, I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Da. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So, is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there's one particular area in this photograph that seems to be somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well... What? What seems unnatural? I guess for how he fell? I'm gonna like save just in case. Because I'm already like down to 3 lives now. Is it this?
Yes!
It must be here, surely. Well, I guess I was wrong. I'm just gonna load. Hold up. Load. So if it's not the neck...
Yes!
His hand? Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then his fist just doesn't seem quite right. I was noticing that earlier, but I didn't know if that was if we bring it up now. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. Huh? What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please! Why, of course, my dear madame. Why would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. Oh, shit! Wait, Pavlova's earring? Yes, you're right. It's a crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. This is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance does it has it? And observe, find the answer with your own eyes.
Yes!
The right ear, because it's missing the earring. I was wondering about that. Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear, even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding it must have broken, I suppose. Eh? What? But looking at your other ear, I noticed the crescent moon. Oh. I don't believe it! Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Sogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear, perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night, in Mr. Asoki's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you're quite literally at arm's length from him. Why does Stroganoff look so guilty now? But then the question is, why did Mr. Asoki do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no! Angel. No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Oh no. Did she actually do something? I hope not, because I was actually kind of banking on her just being innocent on this entire time. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb into this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in his cabin and I could relax after this horrible event. After this horrible long day. Daka, wait! Did she like rush to his room when she heard that scream? I couldn't believe when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Daka would not come back. Hold on. Ow, my back. I think I pinched something on my back or something. I don't know what, but something just pinched me. Ow. Ah. Ah. Ow. Okay, there we go. Oh. Oh, what are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, it's Kazuma. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Daka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin... Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on the ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. Can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then... Daka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And then... as he turned around to look at me... Oh! I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. Was he actually going to talk to me? And that's when you went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Beef. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decide to help, and that's when you arrange things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it, so that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes, I went into cabin and I looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there, and then I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susaru-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote "da there" or something, I don't know how to pronounce that, so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what about the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was in the dark. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished job by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the SS Burya did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland, and it's because you were worried that he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes, but even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? Oh, that is a good question, yeah. It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Okay. Oh, the inspector part. He said an inspector was his friend. Ah, yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you for a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but I think he was trying to go for Ryunosuke. He was a man of his word. If he was going to tell you he wouldn't give you your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not done yet, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes, what action was the victim really about to take at the moment? Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was distracted? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still, that cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama. Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, if there's one thing I've learned today, it's that the simple gaze can reveal all manners of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze of where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? He was actually looking at the wardrobe. Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly besides the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping so soundly. Ah! Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Soki's exact words last night? Give me a moment, I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asoki intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Soki was looking at. Things may have ended very differently, if you had. Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really. I'm so sorry. What have I done? And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. Wow, it's a non-courtroom case. That's actually very rare. You don't even see... I don't think any Phoenix Wright game has done that before. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste. But... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Da. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes, I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. You mean my wardrobe? You mean my little wardrobe cabin? It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it even begun, then. To think that only days ago, Cosmo and I were laughing together about how we tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Oh. Susaru-san? Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over. Just like that. Susato-san. He had such grand ideas for his visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away. Just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. And it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's just like that one case back in Phoenix, right? Where the actor, she pushed the guy who was trying to extort her for more money, but she pushed him onto a rail that was like a sharp rail. It's a series of, it was just an accident because there was no intention of actually murdering, but yeah. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Oh, Hosonaga. My duty was to see Asogi safely to Great Britain, but I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down, and I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now, at least. Huh? Ha 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 ha! Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo? What? What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decide to restore them, for old time's sake, shall we say? You are a stowaway, after all. He thinks this is funny. Ugh. Mr. Sholmes, we do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it is a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heart-rending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be the one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but... Or Sato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Mr. Sato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Ah, but you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless, are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it would work. But, as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo, that's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma, he said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyways, it is for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Mr. Sato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination! Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his correct character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your very own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment to now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And, Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take the charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it, always. So then, Mr. Sato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. Oh god, I would die. Every single minute, I would be so dead from just overstudying. I hate studying. You guys will never see me study. I hate it. God. That's just how I feel about studying. Sorry, one momento. Okay, but before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times! What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course, you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get to the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away and the cabin door was locked from the inside. No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times. Why 5? That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. Girl. No. I don't even know how. I never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruto. It is a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess, I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling. Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique. Don't tell me she knows Baritsu! Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming. Believe me. How beguiling. I'm a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I'm a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madame. Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruto? Sorry? Oh, wait, why me? As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Ah, yes. Arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was a Susato squash. Why me? In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more of a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryonosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So, its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you wouldn't need much compelling. On that subject, there is something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. Should I read his journal? Maybe I might mention it. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Case 2 over. Woo! Oh, my throat. My throat. Oh my god. Oh. Holy crap. That was fun. Alright, the next episode, The Runaway Room. Whew. Alright, here we go, guys.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself.
Oh yeah?
However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Is it a train murder?
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
Wow, look at all the snow.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
I see that kid.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad.
Wait, the kid? Oh, does he just help? I guess.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay.
Wait, were those kids just helpers, I guess?
To the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
So no mystery, there's no mystery? Okay, I guess that's just, wow! Wow, that's a fancy looking place. In the clock tower too? Oh man, hold on, I'm gonna take a small break, guys. I'm gonna get some water and I'm gonna see if I can find some cough drops. My throat is like killing me. Okay, BRB guys, everyone else take a stretch break and everything. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Had to just go find my candy, or not candy, sore throat drops. I found these, but I'm not sure if these are still effective. These are like old. Yo, do you think old sore throat candies would still work? Is there even an expiration date on these? Because these are just candy. Holy crap, these things expired years ago. Oh my god, I don't even know if these are still effective. You want me to try one right now and see if it still works. Old candy, guys. Let's see if these old candy can help me survive through stream. Alright, popped one in. It's gonna take a while before it actually kicks in. What an incredible place! It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. Looks like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course, but they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just constructing materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time. If circumstances were different, we were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity, as envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes, and having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as a law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you would need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer, which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Ah, good morning. Sorry to keep you. Oh, much deeper voice. Oh, I trust you weren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're sitting around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. Ugh, and I feel a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Ah, yes, thank you. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, well, help? I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh. We had a wonderful view of some of London streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes, there's much excitement about the upcoming Great Exhibition we'll be hosting here in London. Great Exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. The London is the center of the modern world. Even if you say so, do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. A Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report of the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honor this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They told me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see it's true. And it is with some regrets that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madame? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo. This is it then, the moment of truth. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you could consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead, but without a lawyer from a country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Asogi. At least that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo, I can ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there's someone else here from Japan who would be described as a lawyer, it's Mrs. Sato. It's me. It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say? And yet you still claim to be a lawyer? I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me. And I was accused. But glossing over the details... I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about the British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buria. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe, not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short for a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would like to do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protected. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that will stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did this expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? So, what form will the test take place exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruto, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be a welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask what sort of trial it is, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say, but I should mention, just in case. If the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We will be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? I mean, we have no other choice. If I say no, I go back. If I do it and I fail, I go back. I have no choice but to do it. Alright then, if I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it! I can't get the words out! 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for your offering me a chance. Wait, so I declined. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but what could I do? It's alright. I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in those circumstances, but resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madame? I think what Mr. Sato means is that no matter how badly I like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I guess, yeah, I guess in a roundabout way, that would make sense. Like, for me just to try to get a win, even if my defendant is actually guilty. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that. I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. he will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. This Diddy. Yes, this Diddy. But that's awful. But that's the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to be every question. The cold, hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madame? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. And I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. He's gone. The Old Bailey. Where's that, Old Bailey? If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. What to do, indeed. Mr. Sato, can I just ask you something? Why are you ready to throw me down? Careful, from this position, I can perform a Susato takedown in an instant. I know. Mr. Naruhodo, you heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts imminently. If I need to throw you out, I will. You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask me anything, it better wait until we're at the Old Bailey. You know what? Fair enough. Let's go. Oh, it's the courtroom. Oh, thank goodness. We're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines for the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the old Supreme Court in Japan. Oh, from Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madame. Sir? Scrooge? What are you doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are you? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do you need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name. Oh, while in a strange faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet. No. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Miss Sato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Jokyo. What? 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I've enough wealth to buy a city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we can't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Oh, yeah, that hit me in the eye. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh, to be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what do I want you to do? Is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me. Nothing more. Otherwise, you see, and the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Bluster and blazes, do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names? No. Sorry, we've only just arrived in the city, you see. Huh, I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there in the center of London is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? 'Tis called the McGilded Park, full of blossom and flowers and the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated to the city, so I did. An entire park in central London? A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. Ah, but now they've the gall to say I'm good for nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. Huh, that's an interesting name also, by the way. What is the matter with the London police, I ask ya? Ha, ha, ha! Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo, perhaps now will be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Ha! 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 Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. Ha! 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 So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft Egypt? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Oh, sorry, I think I know what you're thinking. There's a chance of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's the truth, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well, exactly. Yeah, exactly. What now? Well, like you said, if you have all the money, but you don't have anyone to represent you in court, there's no other logical conclusion than you're guilty of the charges. Well, you call that a spade in the East, so you do. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean any offense. I still can't express myself very well in English, you see. And I'm never sure what's acceptable to say and what isn't, so... Is that so? Because you sounded fluent enough when you were telling me what's a blackguard I must be. I'm terribly sorry. I can't say that I blame you for thinking it, fella. It is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry, did you just say Reaper? The Shinigami? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Baroque von Zix. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? Reaper? The one who goes die, die, die when you press Q? Same thought, friend, same thought. When Von Zix stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. Same brain. Seriously, we got the same brain. We're sharing the same brain cell. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached a desperate situation, where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Baroque von Zix. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madame. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to start. His counsel? That would be me. Alright, I'm gonna take another cough dropper. Hold on. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't even told me what happened. I'll tell you, you showed your face here. I'd made up me mind, so I had. You want TTS or something? No, it's because I'm just trying to voice act all these like faces. So I just want to do it because it looks fun. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance. A student of law, wouldn't you know? Text-to-speech? I mean, I guess, yeah. 'Tis no accident. I can assure you that 'tis fate. Right? Oh God, it's like the same situation as case 1. So don't let get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo, the man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Cosmo would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Cosmo, because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Wow, fancy. What the heck? Who are those people? So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the courtroom in Japan. Well, if the chapters are correct now, do you have 4 more times? Actually 3, because the second case you don't even stand in court. And there's only 5 chapters in this game. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Naruto? Well, yeah, we're 3. This is the third. This is our 3rd run, so we have 4 and 5. So technically 2 more after this one. Oh, yes. What? Your eyes look really ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I can't help it. Wow, he looks like a vampire. Oh, you start 5. Ooh, good luck. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. And we have here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. I don't know what voice I should do for him. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. You know, I just realized, but the way how I stand there with a sword, it reminds me of another character. Wasn't there like another character with a sword? He's supposed to be... Wait, is he supposed to be the actual Edgeworth here? I don't know. Well, in this game, he looks like he is the Edgeworth of this game. Especially when he has a reputation. But he has the defense was ready. And I wouldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me, Nipponese. Wow! They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. I know, Cosmo's dead! A cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the far east, is it not the British way to ignore the dangers of to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that these acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded, what a fine gentleman London has in him. Do you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please may we go and play Mr. McGilded in the McGilded Park? It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. If the Lesask is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Ha! Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, those people are? The jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right. I've only read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of views. But how exactly do jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. Prosecutor Van Zeeks. My lord, it's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change in circumstances of which the court should be aware? He looks like a Edgeworth right here. I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why do you have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruto. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. It's like when Phoenix Wright comes back to court in Apollo Justice. Now then, opening statement, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening. 3 days passed. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Sorry? Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in the service of the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. Okay. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by the policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them? Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I've even started! Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside this vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded? To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Little so it is, and when I opened my eyes again, it was a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I never laid on before in my life. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it. There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Wow, look at that typewriter go! Look at that Order! 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 When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. 'Tis not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime has been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Who are these people? Witnesses, your name and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name is First, Lady First. Make hats for gents. Ladies first? Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, hold on, real quick before anything else. Bruce Fairplay. Hold on, so he's the driver, he's the eyewitness. City banker witnessed it from his seat at the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, he was above the omnibus. He was also on the roof deck as well. Oh, okay. All of you present in the stand were an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's quite right, sir. Very well then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right! He stabbed him! I screamed! I did! Couldn't help it! As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too! Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident on the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, How could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own, but you're here in London for yourself, so you really are ignorant about omnibuses? Huh? And tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you even traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designated to be moved after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Oh, they brought it here. What? The entire carriage? Bailiff. Bring forth the stricken omnibus. Bring forth the stricken omnibus. Wow, they actually brought it. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Ah, a skylight. Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. That makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well. I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence. Yes. Great Britain is simply extraordinary. Can I examine it? Let me examine it right now, actually. Let's start examining everything. Stabbed in the abdomen with a knife which was generating in an omnibus. Died to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Okay. Huh. He's... looks very well worn. Like he's missing a button on his shirt. There's the dagger wound I see. I wonder why he's not bleeding from the mouth though. Usually when you stabbed in the stomach, shouldn't some blood come out of the mouth as well? Oh. Actually, wait, hold on. Why is there so little blood? There would be much more blood usually, right? Huh. Let's get these blood. Definitely blood, isn't it? How would I know this? I've seen plenty of dramas and animes. I know how much blood that can exist. Not the pleasant sight to be careful on our first day. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No. By the way, is Mr. McGilder right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Oh, that's right, yeah. Pity, if only he had been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. They are real though, or is the blood dramatic? I think more like it's lacking. There's too little blood for him to die. I feel like he's literally there's too little blood is what I'm saying. Oh, this is the armband. Oh, so this is what it looks like. Oh, what's that? Kazuma Asogi. Ah, I see. Wow, this is actually kind of a nice looking armband, honestly. All right, let's take a look. There's a skylight. License plate. Phoenix Wright Omnibus! Wow! Phoenix Wright Omnibus, wow! Oh! Can we go inside? Oh, yep. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? Ugh, the scene of a murder. It's horrible. Well, yeah, I didn't expect them to have like a reference to it. Okay, so there's some blood there. This. Ah, that's a poster for the Great Exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victims, obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stop somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Huh. This seat has a handle, it seems. Huh. This looks like a source of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it will be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Okay, so yeah, they do have full view. If the victim was sitting here, I see the bench of the front seat, row seat. That means there's still the second row seat over there. If we go out real quick. Yeah, so then they will be sitting here, those two guys. The banker and the hat maker. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of the London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on a bitter wind nights with the cold air rushing past them, and they have to pay money to do so. I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. Also true, yeah. Nothing strange about this, honestly. Actually, wait, hold on. One more thing. I'm gonna check the lantern real quick. I wonder if I can even inspect it. Nope, can't. Cool. Alright, well, it looks like that's everything then. An English gentlewoman would be dressed in such finery, it would be quite impossible for her to climb up to the roof deck, so she would have to be seated in here. A woman in a kimono would have the same problem. Women's clothing are very impractical, aren't they? Ah, poster for the Great Exhibition. Oh. Okay, it looks like that's it. Okay, I guess that's everything then. I could help myself a lot by giving the omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let us continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus! Oh, fancy! It was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it quite well. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage. That's right. When you sit up the top deck, the widow's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on the inside, so I had a pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. Why do you say that? How could you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and the Mr. McGilded. There is no room for doubt here. Ugh, I really wish there was. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged the knife right into his guts.
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened. Didn't I already testify to that? Or our fair dinkum hard-working city banker is not considered trustworthy these days. Oh, no, I didn't mean it that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord? Juror number 3? What's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or no other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. Oh. There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. Wrong, but that's just being human, right? That is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. Are they like catapulting little fireballs into that thing? What is happening here? Let me see. Ah, yes, it seems that that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. Well, white for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely on the black side, does that mean... Let's do our best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well, the court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent standing next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about the new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking out from his belly. That huge great knife. A grim sight indeed. Ah, that didn't help me at all. The jury look like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. Gilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Oh, yes, sir. Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that? Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please, no. M for Magnus, perhaps, or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake. Objection! Slap. But there are M's everywhere. Like, yes. Like Mason.
Objection!
Wow, his objection is pretty fancy. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel. Okay, Vaughn, the prosecutor sounds different than I expected. His voice is like a lot more higher than I expected. I should probably change it, just match that. My lord, if you forgive the interruption. Juror number 2, go on. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and the gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know that we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish? I mean, I guess, yeah, that does make sense. No! I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. Hold it! I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. Those fucking vultures are calling for his head. I know, right? Also, hello, Saint. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing here, Saint Dreamer? Hope you're having a great time and I hope you had a good Friday and start of the weekend. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Yeah, that makes sense. Not again! That's 4 out of 6 jury members who have proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Hello, but I have one question for you. Who is the best girl in this game? I don't know so far. Like, I just started. So far, Susato I like. That's about it now. Like, we've only seen so few females. Like, we saw Susato. We saw the girl, the guilty girl in the first case. We have Pavlova, who was guilty of the steamship. Typewriter lady? I don't know anything about her. Like, I don't know anything about, all I know is that she types on the typewriter. Yes, Susato is S tier. Susato so far is S tier because, I mean, that's the only one we've stuck around long enough with us so far. And then we've met like 3, 4, 5 other girls now, including the jurors just now. So, yeah, there's not a whole lot list to go off of. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. Jose Brett, the bitch is shady. Can't help but think she will show up later in the story. Oh, I have a feeling that she's gonna contribute to the last story. You know how in every Phoenix Wright game, the last case is related to all the other previous cases somehow? Yeah, I have a feeling that she's gonna appear as well. Just like that one assassin also in the second case. I suppose we'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But all right, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. And the Crystal Tower. Somehow, oh yeah, the Crystal Tower. Yeah, that might actually have a reference. There might be some. It might be important to us later as well. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. Was that all of it? That was, I guess. Oh, this is the last one. What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor, he was. Oh, how did his scream go? He went like, objection! And by the passenger, obviously you are referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And by the other passenger that had the knife in his hand, like this. By the other passenger, obviously you are referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. Wait, he didn't see that. Wait, he was driving. He heard the scream first. What? That can't be right. I'm not gay, but Lord Zomfreaks is fucking hot. No, I agree. No, he's fucking fine. I'm not gay either, but he's fine. Order! Order! It is hard to believe that one of London's greatest philanthropists, but this is damning indeed. The law knows no philanthropists, my lord. Only the innocent and the guilty. Good deeds mean nothing when overshadowed by evil. The truth is everything. Couldn't agree more, sir. The truth. Yeah, no one said anything. You do have to be gay to appreciate beauty. You know what? It does help though. It does help though, yeah. Alright, so when it happened, the only two people in the closed cabin area were the victim and the defendant. And, so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend to do the deed. I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to have a rather difficult situation here. Wait, hold on! The driver, he can't see it! Ugh, what am I supposed to do here? Think here. The driver is faulty. Is Mr. Brigilda truly really innocent? Or could it be... But before we jump to conclusions, our first task will be to gather information. We need to understand the case much better than we do at the moment. Yes, you're absolutely right. Let's listen to those witness statements, again, a little more carefully this time. Okay, I know... Okay, his testimony is very, very sus. Yeah, it's this one. Yeah, he can't have seen it. He can't have seen it because he's facing away from the window. Susaru's much more smart. No. Susaru's definitely much smarter. I also love her takedown as well. Sorry, I mean, let me press out the first statement real quick, just in case. Okay, let's look at this one. Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir. That's right, sir. Yes, ever so cold. It was freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time. Is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course. No. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example. You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none. So nobody fled the scene of the crime then? I have to say, the boss insists on it running. He does. Every morning, the last bus of the day. Bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, so sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with that being so cold and everything, and only making it 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spent that much on the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. I just can't believe it, sir. Can't believe it. Murder on my own bus. It's too awful to think about. I haven't been able to shake this cold ever it happened. I'm so excited for the Apollo Justice trilogy. The games look incredible. The Apollo Justice is great. Apollo Justice, Dual Destinies, and then Spirit of Justice. I played them all. Love them all. It's great, especially like at the beginning of Apollo Justice is already like a spoil. It's like a surprise of like what happens to like from the lead up of the previous Phoenix Wright series to the Apollo Justice trilogy. I love it. It's great. Great stuff. My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5. Do I take it that you too? As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though. I said so myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open mind a little longer. Gee up now, Silver Blaze! The sale finish is in sight! Oh dear. Pepper is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agreed to condemn this man. Madame Juror number 6. Yes, dear. What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then, pray tell, why are you yet pronouncing your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, may we go to the McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books? This kid wants to go to every McGilded place. Just go to McGilded Donald's. How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know what kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of a man is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one of the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the crows! McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard of any mention of that before. What? Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? Oh, that's true, yeah. What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him. His life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it. If I might add something briefly, Mr. Sato, you claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where's the evidence to support your claim? Are we allowed to drink on the job? Yo, I want this job. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filing my hollow chalice in the court of law. Aha! There it is! Lord Von Zeke's hollow chalice! How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details the small monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. It is acceptable if Lord Van Dijk does it. You know what? Fine. You know what? Just because of how hot and fine he looks, sure, let him. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. Alright, well, you know what? Maybe I should get a drink myself, guys. Should I bring us... Oh, wait, I can't, because I'm right now eating some sore throat medicine or cough drops, so I don't think I can mix that with alcohol, can I? Ah, yes. 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madame, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. Still, maybe it's all for the best. Whoa, wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before. I don't stand for nonsense. Wow. That was fast. That was it. Last year's decision. Ryu is crushed. According to this encyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury has concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh. There's a footnote, though. A footnote. However, the defense All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. The footnote, yo, I can't wait for the footnote to come out as the comeback. According to the laws of the country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Mr. Sato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. I don't know if you played the other Ace Attorney games, but it's crazy how much more useful Susato is compared to the Maya, who does have channeling though. Oh no, I agree. Maya's great. Even like Maya, like Susato's already useful because she has her like encyclopedia knowledge. Like she literally helped me remember that snakes have do not hear and they don't, and I already know that they don't drink milk. But I completely forgot that they don't. But yeah, I just completely forgot that they can't hear or smell that kind of stuff either. What else was there? What's her name? What was her name? Your helper in Dual Destinies that you meet for the first time. Like she's also helpful because like she has the actual device that helps you. Maya does have channeling, but that's her innate ability. That's not her with her own ability either. Although she does like come clutch though with some of the other things that she's done. Who else was there that like helped out a lot? The spirit I guess spirit channeling. That's not really our thing. Who's our support back in that one? Actually, I don't think we had a support that one. Athena Sykes. There we go. Yeah, Athena Sykes. I love her. She's great. Okay, so here we go. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. Let's do it! Summation examination? Objection! A summation examination? From which century has the tome been resurrected? Ah! Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. I like how I slide my armband back up. What even is it, Mr. Sato? This so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it. I like how they're giving us a chance to like read it in court right now. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Typical Nipponese. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what, exactly? Appeal to them to change their leanings and reverse their decisions. And it says here that, if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions. Yes, in times gone by, the barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Oh yeah, her page flipping and her hand slapping the book, it's great. Typical Nipponese. How many Nipponese have you met? How many Nipponese have you seen? How many Nipponese do you have? Every time I say Nipponese, I keep thinking of nipples for some reason. Because it was devoid of purpose. Lazy. I'm sorry, I can't help it. Nippon, nipples, like come on, it's close. It's like over half similar. Changing just one member of the grand jury's mind will be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Is Van Zieks a cow? Who knows? He might have that much. Notice how the music is so good. It is good, yeah. I really remember the OG music of all the Phoenix Wright games, and like this was good too. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it is yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Naruhodo? Man, many up nips. Or dog, cat, yeah, so many nips. A summation examination, our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry out or admit defeat? Forget it. Might as well assert our right. The defense wishes to assert its right to examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Well, I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so all members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you have believed the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. No, Van Dijk, this is Sparta. That seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. All right then, the summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime. I do have evidence though. The carriage rider can't see the murderer. Like it's the opposite direction of his looks. The juror's contentions. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 12 pence. He struck the chap next to him just like this. Wow, careful with that, man. You're about to stab the lady. Brazen, I must say. Brazen. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all of the statements made thus far and drawn a logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. He's a very good judge, very fair, better IMO than Uji. Is Uji the judge that's been the entire Phoenix Wright and Apollo Justice trilogy? Well, not entire Apollo Justice trilogy, except the last one. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor and beggars belief. Yeah, yeah, this one, I like this one so far. I'm sorry to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments though, do they? Where's this person, but judge is better. Oh, I like him so far. Yeah, I like him better. Well, let's see what we could do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh, I thought I was going to have the thought that icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make their judgments, or arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. Don't get angry at my girl over you, right? Yeah, don't blame her, she's just doing her job. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the juror says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see, so it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. Nope, that's not right. I have to pull this off! Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Oh, I stand right there. Oh, wow. Yo, me with my sword. I look hella cool. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. Aw. Yeah, I know it's Kazuma's sword, yeah. Hey, it was just last case that we find out about the sword. But how does this ability to recall his takings that night really tell us how untrustworthy the man is? I managed all his lordship's cash affairs, so I'm very particular when it comes to accounts. I see. A single penny can mean a difference between life and death, after all, can't it? That's a saying in your own country. My point is, a man who minds his figures is a man you can trust. Those of us in service would swear to that, sir. Does that bench really need any more polishing? So if the good driver says that he saw Mr. McGilden in the act, I don't doubt him. The only task left to do today is disposing of the rubbish. Ah, now wait a minute. One of the other jurors mentioned something about money, I think. Now would be a very good time to listen carefully to the jurors' statements again, Mr. Naruhodo. If you notice an inconsistency in what 2 different jurors are saying, I should expose it by pitting them against each other. Yes, let's see if I can do just that. Hold on. So I trust the driver with fares totaling 20. Wait, the math is wrong. The math is wrong. 20 pence? If it's 4 pence per driver, that means there has to be 5 people. And he says it's only been 4. Wait, so how would I do this then? Do I have to like press him first? Okay, I have to press him first, baby. That's how much it costs to take the omnibus. That's right. As the guildmaster, I decided to set a policy for all drivers across the city. 1 fare, no matter which bus you take or how far you're going. We have to compete with the rise of the motor car, you see. As coachmen have to make a stand together. Motor cars, you say? Yes, and this murder on one of our buses is extremely damaging to our cause. It's beyond the pale. It'll lead to a decline in passengers, you mark my words, and it's all the rascal's fault. He has to pay. Is it the crime or his buses that he's more worried about? Anyway, every member of my guild is reliable and trustworthy. So if the driver says he saw him do it, that fellow in the dock is as guilty as sin. Oh, I have to hit X. Hold on. Hit.
Objection.
Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. They do? Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear Silver Blaze's main and name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right, I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is, a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each, if you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact, or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare. Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Good gracious! This can't be right! The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride on his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so that this miserable trial doesn't end, huh? book flipping time! Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side of the set of scales. Now hold your horses there, coachman! We were all in agreement! Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo! The one thing I don't understand is how does Ryu speak Japanese and English? I'm pretty sure he's actually speaking English. I would imagine, because English became a very common used language in the entire world. Because Great UK and the US were like one of the bigger countries that, like, you know, the major powers that actually speak English. So that's how US became a secondary language that a lot of people would want to learn, because it's like it gives them an advantage. Ah, this is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. No, I mean, how does he speak English as a Japanese? Oh, that's true. I mean, I would imagine that he would have to learn, he already know English like somewhere. For the love of Mike, not you as well! A penny can be a difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. According to cutscene. That's also true. But I'm pretty sure if you play this game in Japan, in the Japanese language, you would hear all these coachmen would speak perfect fluent Japanese as well. Ryu, I can't believe I learned most of English in 6 months. I know, right? It's so like, how does one learn English grammar? That's a mystery in itself. Well done, Mr. Naruto. You did it. If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more. Actually, there is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. That's where you must strike next. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Exactly. Wait, how are you reading my mind? Also, yeah, I heard that too. I was wondering who voiced Ryusuke. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. Oh, that's different. Floor? So if is it like this then?
Objection!
Those 2 statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel, post haste. Susano's an X-Men. She mastered telepathy. Oh my god, no wonder. No wonder. God, I gotta be careful what I think around her. Shit, I gotta clear my mind. Clear my mind. No, it's too late. Oh, dearie me. I was only needing a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you see I'm busy here? Trying to pull my knife out of the bench I accidentally stabbed. How would you say that the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ha! Wanna test me, do you? It was like this. Watch the lady, man. Watch the lady. It was like they stick the fella next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was what Mr. Fairplay's testimony was. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is it me? Is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant will stab the victim, madame? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he would stab the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches! What a muddle! What this tells us is that there is a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh, but why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. The scales. I don't believe it. Oh, wait! Now hear this, my fellow Joes. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. Aren't you in a black suit yourself? Are you back in this? Hell yeah, we're back at it. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, Doc Jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it two witnesses have slightly different recollection of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stop the victim as he sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, then the Shylock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, huh? What are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you! Who are you calling on? Why, I should take this needle to you! Oh shit, don't anger the grandma. They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? I mean, it's possible. Because the banker and the hat maker could have seen the first stab, and when the coachman looked back to look towards the ground, he could have seen it. Huh, it's true. There is an outside chance of almost anything you care to mention. Exactly the point I've been trying to make. Before you go any further, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, what is it, Mr. Susato? I think you should have a look through the court records. Oh, so I guess I have something. So there isn't even an outside chance of what the juror is saying. How did I miss that? Is it because it's still outside of the angle? Maybe that's why. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you Doc Jinx? Come on, out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? How could you possibly say that? You don't realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, young man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's all the question, show me some proof. It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by... It would have to be the omnibus itself. Let me just save real quick. I don't know if there's any other clues I was supposed to get by looking at the omnibus, so I think I'm just going to submit the omnibus as the evidence.
Take that!
Oh, that's not it. Do you know what they say about me, young man? They say I've got no powers of persuasion. Oh, I see. I'm sorry to hear about that. But no one will need persuading about this. You're even worse than me. Two different moments. In other words, the victim was stabbed 2 times. Oh, wait, it's the post-mortem. I'm an idiot. Because it only mentions about 1 death, isn't it?
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Yeah, only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely 1 time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. Alright, I concede defeat. Oh, wait, that means forgers are now leading to not guilty. We've done it. We've won. Well, part 1. We still got a whole thing to do now. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your... Wait, sorry, consensus? Oh, I know a lie when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll just take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. I'm gonna eat more Cheez-Its. Hell yeah, victory Cheez-It for me. So, Lord Von Zieks, continue to substantiate this case for the prosecution, if you please. Man, that long wait. Oh! Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hollow chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive this discourtesy. Lord Von Zieks! Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination, so I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimate the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Oh, the cape is off! Bring forth the witnesses once more. The cape is off, guys. The cape is off. Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we have had to endure. Oh, yes, sir. That I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir. I heard it. You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo. Yes, sir. My lord, sir. If it transpires that in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a 5th passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh, mio Dio. Now then, witness, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. I only could carry 4 passengers that night, I swear, but, Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilda stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh, yes, he stabbed it, yes he did. I think so, yes. You think so? That's a little bit different than what you said before. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom 5th passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozenage? I don't know how to pronounce that. Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. I've been dishonest, coachman. I'm so sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo! A disgrace! And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir, I've had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. Wow, even the kid was forced to pay 10 cents? My god, the gall. I only carry 4 passengers a night, I swear, but, So, there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right? It's impossible to make the last ride of the day, pay! I was so cold, all I could do is stop myself from passing out! I'm getting chilblains from just listening to you. It was too terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running! He's still freezing right now. Doesn't the dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a 5th passenger on the omnibus that night. Then we would have had another suspect. Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. Does that mean everyone on the board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir. And I just told you that I did. A flat fare for 5 pence across the board. It's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the Phantom Killer you so desperately needed, it's gone, dead and buried. I'd have to be happy if it had ever existed in the first place. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. Hold it! This blood-curdling sight, you mean the murderer, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. Wait, what? I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment of the gent was stabbed. Sorry, what? Good gracious, really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. Huh, but Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath, see? That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw that horrible blade poking out of his belly, all covered in blood. Huh? Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming. Even when I'm eating. Wait, that's different though. I tell you, I saw Mr. McGilda stopping the man. Everything I said before stands. Hold it! So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilda, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before. This was, for just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only the 2 of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a 5th passenger, but as yet, 0 evidence. Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony is just jars with me. I wish I could work out with what it was. Oh yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. Hold it! Just picking you right there. Earlier, you testified you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes. Yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose. I might have, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats of the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. When I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking out from his midriff. All the cases, bro, yeah. Hi, that's right, yes. The fellow holding the handle was the most famous man, yes. So, in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought I did, but when I could go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing. Oh, what's wrong?
Excuse me.
Excuse me, my dear fellow, my chap there. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't release the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from this if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Oh. There's no chance. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly, unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on the top of the omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that, all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Did you think I'd forgot the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man? Okay, sorry, that's wrong.
Objection.
Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit that soak might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them, both of them covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there, but as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. But no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here, then? That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands. Bro, stop stabbing your knife. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it was in both hands. It was only one, but the fact remains, the victim's blood was on the accused. No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there is a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some godless snipe. Upstanding members of a society don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie, but is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. Something to show this man had a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. I don't have evidence for sure. Actually, I should probably look into this. That part is the sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry, yes, I just don't really like blades. Oh! Those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there is no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Oh. Yeah, that's a lot of blood on it, for sure. Ugh, that looks like a lot of blood. It surely is blood, the victim's. Ugh, an Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. Did you think you wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. There's the M also. An ornate letter M, undeniable Mr. Magnus McGilda's initial, and it's beautifully gilded too. Must be very valuable, I should think. Ah, what is it? Look at this, M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. Oh my god. A W? Yes, this is one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. You mean like Mr. Right? I'm afraid I don't know at all. But what I am sure of is that this is an M. Oh, well, that idea was quickly squashed. Do I have? I don't think I have. Wait a second. I haven't looked into this, have I? This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets. London's gentry. Oh dear. Do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personality, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I'm sure we will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside. Well, let's see what we can find. I wonder if Fairplay's name is in here. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness. What is it? Look at this. Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Oh! Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment. Oh yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. Ah. So there was something. Okay, I had a feeling that we might have something. I have evidence. My lord. Yes, counsel. The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove! By Jove? Jove? I don't know. Are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Gah! Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims, crippled by the accused's extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worth of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas, not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, we were the creditor to the defendant here to be sentenced to a capital punishment. All outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw? In a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Order! 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 Mr. Bruce Fairplay? Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right, now let's not make a melodrama of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Mr. McGilded's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. Gah! So you keep sighing. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Fust. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happened. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? Then what are these gloves then? What are these gloves? Humph. It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all of you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yeah, sure. Mr. Naruto, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes, I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. That was blood on both of the hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment of the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside the carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you was witnesses of the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside the carriage, and the man's fans were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not what the testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, Consul. Yes, my lord? Alright, let's see what we got. I wonder if I can actually finish this case by today. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment of the stabbing transpired, if that matters. They're both saying that. I'm gonna press you on that real quick. And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus? That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right, and it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and to look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down. I was glaring, long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in the cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I say. Nice stream. Hey, Herlock Sholmes. Good to see you. I see you're here. Why aren't you in court to tell me the truth? But thank you. I hope you're having a good day. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? They might not have been able to. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? Yes, that's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure, but the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my nice friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area in with this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that the potential extra passenger could have been situated?
Take that!
Right there. Both rows of the seats on the roof facing the direction of the travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers are on the roof that can't see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Ah! That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite to the one of the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses could have been completely unaware of it. Gah!
Objection!
Oh, more of objection from him. It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain that this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruto? I cannot. I don't have a name, nor do we know anyone else, do we? I honestly don't know who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof. Of the witnesses, it could be the. No, it can't be. It can't be. I was thinking, what if it was McGilded, but it can't be right. It could be, I mean, it could be McGilded. But we don't have a name of the other person, basically. That's the problem. We don't have the passenger name of anyone else. We already have the driver and us sitting in the front. We already have the two gents sitting on top. We have the victim and the defendant. There's no one else we have. Because if McGilder was sitting in the opposite side, the other seat next to the seat next to McGilder then would have been occupied. And if that guy tried to hide anywhere in the cabin, assuming he went to go hide underneath the seat of the carriage, he can't go under there because McGilder would be actually sitting on top of it, so there's no way he would actually be able to hide under there. I have no idea. Yeah, I think I have no idea is also the right answer here. I have literally no idea. But as a proud citizen of the Japanese Empire, you will look through the sky and walk on, making sure all signs of tears are gone. Go on. This isn't just a case of going on, Mr. Sato. All right then, I'll go on. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. Batman! A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. I don't know if Batman exists at this time. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was... Batman! Sorry, there's no Batman as an option here, Mochi. Also, how are you, Mochi? How are you doing? It's not Baron von Zieks, it's not Strongheart, not Susato. They saw him, but they didn't actually see him though, did they? Goku! Goku's not on the list either, Mochi. It has to be him, right?
Take that!
The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof failed to see has to be have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, Counsel? That's just the name. That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Day. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollow chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord von Zeeks. People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learned culture of their own, but I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built. But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, my counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. That's true, yeah, the gloves. Because if the blood was all over the assailant's hands, why is this glove here then? Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet, we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Order! What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses will have clearly stated that they saw the accused. No, they did not. But when we elaborated on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of the heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular styles of hats did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be so sure? Because if there had been, the accused Mr. McGilded would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. No, he was asleep. What are you talking about? Unless that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. He was asleep, did you not? That the accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. Because who knows if he jumped in... He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. Gilder would have been unaware of it. Order! There is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. He's not, no. If it is indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGildy to testify or not? We probably should demand it regardless. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to recall Mr. McGildy to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGildy has to say. Get the man out here, I say! It would be utterly illogical to not hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little podcast has to say, oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. He's just following the flow, isn't he? Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally come clear. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure, I have, my lord. Wow, I like this music, wow. Now, there are two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin, as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? Begad, no, 'tis not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell you all or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fella representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true. Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it happened. A child? You what? Even he's shocked. No, Magnus McGilded, that convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was the one there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this courtroom, just like myself. I was only trying to spare her for that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? I mean, it must have been just a random child then. Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witnesses' statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Oh! There's a fire! Someone's running! What's going on? Be careful, cover your face! Bailiff, don't let the accused escape! Secure the omnibus! I hereby call the emergency recess! Bailiff! Ensure the defendants in custody and clear the courtroom! We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff, amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in a desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. Oh, the suspense! Spooky! earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruto, I managed to find out what happened. Mr. Sato, I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. A young girl? Then, could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilded was just talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There are so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit for herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Huh? Oh, what about that 20 pence? According to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night and at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly, but now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. That's also true, yeah. I was wondering if the urchin snuck on board. She's right, this is strange. Counsel for defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Mr. Sato. Yes. What are we looking at now? What are we going to look at? That's the child? Wow, she doesn't even look like a child. There's the young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look, she must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zieks. My lord, I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which you veiled proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army? What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. And now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? Ahem, if I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGilded. I think perhaps I ought to do the explaining here, why it is that this wee lass here was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that. This all tied up with the events of that last night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded, give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what did happen in that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information, nor anything. Here we go. On the night in question, I took the backseat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begorrah, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from. And bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather, on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct? 'Tis exactly as the defense counsel said. This last was the 5th passenger, my lord. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. Wow, we're at the point where we had to start questioning our own defendants. On the night in question, I took the backseat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begorrah, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start.
Hold it!
A loud thud, you say, and a scream? Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? 'Twas like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor, having been stabbed? Well, now, you'll have to remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. So when the sounds woke me up, I opened my eyes, and there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fella on the floor. Huh, you didn't see anyone. But at the same moment, you did hear a scream. Ah, from the seats above you, from the roof deck up, I presume. Not above me, my lord, for 'twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too outside by the desperate sight before me eyes. There was a fella clapped on the floor at me feet, so I sent him up on the seat across from me. Oh. So let's check this one. Why'd you set him up? You set him up? The victim, you mean? That I did, on the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? That's kind of tampering with evidence, though. 'Tis a common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. God, Lord Van Zeeks, now why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you were just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no! I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddle in. The wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self just do just the same? Yes. The scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. Then I turned to find out where the scream had come, and bless my soul, what did I find? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well now, 'tis a queer thing. This wee scream I heard I woke up. I came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious. Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I had been sitting, I found there a wee little cubbyhole there for storage. Mr. Ardo, we could examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. I saw it earlier. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside. And that's when I found her. There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away.
Hold it!
You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. 'Twas hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, me heart nearly stopped beating in me chest. Ugh, you're really overreacting this. Still, and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fella's voice this time. Presumably, that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seat. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with a knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witness did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason. Aye, my lord. So even the whole sketch that we saw was completely wrong. I was, as I think everyone else thinks now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. But they said gentleman, that's weird. it is certainly possible that the defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl. After that, of course, with the screamer from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. I do wonder how you must be feeling, Mr. Naruhodo. Being the defendant's lawyer, and yet finding myself as stunned as everyone else at his testimony, let's just say it's trying. We certainly had precious little time to talk to Mr. McGilden before the trial. But we mustn't be dispirited. We must just try to learn all the facts we can. When we arrived in London this morning, I didn't see my day planning out like this. Mr. Naruhodo, no grumbling, even you're ahead. How did you know? I swear she knows everything, I think. I guess I should look. I guess I gotta do this again. Look inside. Oh, I just noticed there's blood on the floor. Wait a second, I didn't notice that. Now that's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just... Well, this blood stain is so obvious, that's all. And yet Von Zieks has made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Why? Why does she scream also? Oh, it's empty now. Huh? Why is it empty? Wait, why is it empty? Wasn't there stuff in here before? Oh. Why? That's so weird. Actually, hold on, let me look at the roof again. I should probably look at the roof and look at this information. You can certainly see the inside of the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses could have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Let me check the skylight from the inside real quick. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description. So I suppose it can't be open from the inside of the cabin, at least. Yeah. Didn't they say that it was locked from the inside? How is it locked? How was this locked when there's no lock? Huh.
Hold it!
Did I press this one already? She was hiding herself. Aye, that's right. It was hard to see the blind where eyes met, where heart stopped. Okay, so we know this. Okay, so we already know this information. Huh. Okay, let me check. Let me press the other ones that I didn't think was important.
Hold it!
There might be something here. And when you first got into the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There was not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were. I see. Aye, and that's why I took the backside as I did. Tis the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means, tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, tis the most comfortable, and where I could feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from the time to time as well. Huh? That's odd. Thank you, I've heard enough. The evidences explained are clear as mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade. Lestrade! Oh, hello, Lestrade. Who thought we would see a Lestrade as a small child? She's a chancer, earns her crust among the large crowds, leaving people of their purses. That's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here? A petty thief? Order! Order! This is true, Miss Lestrade. Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Oh God! She has a gun! How dare you! What is the meaning of this? The girl! She's gone! Open your eyes! I'm over here. Good gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you're lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself back to the corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what's in your heads, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not oh God, not the green one! Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs. Oh, this? Yeah, this is in the bag I lifted the other day, down where they keep the four-wheel drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best. Ah, do not wave that thing in my direction again. So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question. Tis alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. Court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, if I have to. So I snuck inside the carriage before they locked up the horses, just like always. So she's done it multiple times. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I'll tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. But why'd you scream then? Then after a while, I hear this loud bang, nearly jumped out on me skin I did. A bang? And the screaming just came out. It's because of that, the swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. Oh. Yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why you would let the street urchin go, Mr. McGilded. Tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I sat that night, and the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath the sea, I presume. Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there, because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration. Ah, so you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if it was the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question. Not at all, my lord. Not at all. Huh? I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt at my own name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be the guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. So, not guilty? With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Oh, not guilty. Cool. Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensually in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty. Mr. Naruto, well, it must mean what? That we're victorious. We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
Yeah, I was gonna say he has something probably. With your foot this time? Wow! If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray do forgive this discourtesy. Man, first time I've seen someone use their foot instead. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion. The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by the officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witnesses put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It was noted in black and white here in the police report. Good lord! The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate with Mr. McGilden's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. Ah. That was true. I did see that earlier. I was wondering if it was just by example. Order! Order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail as any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the under-seat compartment to be? It was not empty. Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. How this all is an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Von Zix. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? It wasn't empty, like that's the truth. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense. But as far as I remember, at least, when I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, counsel? Ara, be whist. What are you saying now, you daft doll? I thought you were on my side here. And Von Zix is surprised. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. 'Tis not altogether pleasant, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. A fella's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That the cubby holder under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken. Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh on in this matter, I think. Could it be the girl who tampered the evidence? That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times, so it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and the pickpockets and are lying. I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, a lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. God, how many times have I got to like flip people's memories? Quite so. I must concur here. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. Lamau, right? My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. What is truth but, it's literally just always changing no matter what. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of this trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. So I snuck inside the carriage before they looked up the horses, just like always. I'm gonna ask, just keep, press everything. So you were already in the omnibus before you even set off on its run? Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending a joey to make a few bob, eh? That's the wrong idea, isn't it? It's Tuesday! I suppose she means that there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief. Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 at which the cabman testified, and 1 little scapegrace riding for free. Lazy, today's Friday. Oh, it's Friday, isn't it? The red conch of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? That's when I slip in the carriage and get myself in and under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment, full of equipment for the coach, no? Ah, she's quiet about that. Yeah, there's the brushes and buckets and whatnots in there, sure. I always chuck them all out and cram in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you. It would seem we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. A waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on my own in the God permit at least some of the time. In the God permit at some of the time. I beg your pardon, did you say God permit? Oh, yeah, well, that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it. Only that night, this cove was sat on me from the seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. Do you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? Man, I don't know what to eat. It's Friday. You could go out for a big dinner. Or something fast foodish. Like, what do you feel like? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in an enclosed cabin. My Chipotle leftovers were saved for making chicken wings and McSalad. I would eat the Chipotle first before the Safeway stuff. Yeah, right, mister? Hold on. To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. I'll tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in the hiding place. It's pitch in there.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all. So all three, Lazy said. Yeah, sure, all three. Why not? I'm not gonna say no to that. Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with me head and look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher's out who I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get out under ain't as plush as the other ones, see? So most of the time, the passengers plant themselves opposite. Wait. And yet, McGilded says that it's most comfortable. But for some reason that night, this Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out. I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in a clink. But it's the only place to hide in the carriages, so it's Obson's choice. Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I'd say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyway, I was a bit scared, but I had to just stick it out under there. Nothing else for it. After a while, I heard this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin, I did, and the scream just came out. When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily. That's right. And then I felt the cushion over me head get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes? Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab the victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and I had a quick butcher's look while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the bloke I had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. So that makes sense. That matches Mr. McGilda's account, of course. But then, the fella suddenly turns and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. I should have never have risked looking. Wait, that's different than what he said. It's because of that the swell found me. He didn't help me get away, mind. And when Mr. McGilda discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place. I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and sat me down on the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts, he was. Still bleeding. And then the carriage lurched a bit, and he ended up falling onto me. Oh. Ugh, how awful. Both me and hands get covered in blood. It made me sick as a dog. Ugh. Both her hands covered in blood? That must be what the rooftop passenger saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilded for a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know me name and what I was up to and all that. Then I heard something from above. Someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up smartish, and this here Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see what you can get away with later." All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they're all just very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we would clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right, and I have this niggling feeling something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. But I have a ledger, glove, knife, carriage. Oh. Oh, good luck catching the Fomantis. Sometimes she's got a girl dinner it up. I'm right now missing something. There's nothing I have that seems to stop this.
Hold it!
I'm gonna keep pressing just in case. Not pressing or something. Yeah, I'm right now gonna press everything again and see.
Hold it!
Not responding to this one either. Yeah, I'm gonna press everything again just in case.
Hold it!
On the bus for self run. Ah.
Hold it!
I think parents bought like 5 pounds worth of chicken wings. Bro, that's a lot. Marinate some of that and like bake it or fry it. Oh, 5 pounds for the whole thing. I see.
Hold it!
Like pitch. So you couldn't see out in the cabin. Not a job. Most days it's push up the cover show with me heaven. Look out in the crack.
Well,
Oh. Oh, that's new.
excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Counselor? I'm just wondering if Mr. Strahd's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking of something to yourself. No. 'Twas nothing important. I was just feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was. I see. Yes, I'm sure you can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. Aye, And I don't know about you yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you see seem that much louder as well. Is he implying something? Yeah, I suppose it does, maybe. Mr. Strahd, did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. But jabbers, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. Yes. What should we make of that last statement of hers? My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is a profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind Council. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please. What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it will work on me. That's right. Insult the judge. Always get a good move. So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hid yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry. Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have a butcher to see what was what. But then, when I saw the sweat getting on, I got me head down so he didn't notice me. And Mr. McGilda sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah, weren't you and Adam and Eve it? He's surprised. What a mug! Try to pursue it. So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But what would it be? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. Huh? So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving to his pigs and market. It's more like an old dog he was. Why are you silent? Huh. Are there any conclusions we could draw from that, one wonder? Something feels weird. I'm reading this and something doesn't feel right. The knocking! Wait! Wasn't there supposed to be like knocks? Mr. Strahd, what you have just told the court is clearly at odds with the fact. At odds? Are you sure, young man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Von Zieks realized it too. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, whilst she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilda's snoring. But think, Ryunosuke, think. There's something else she should have heard. Would this work? Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound is very explained by the presence of the following person. Is it lady first? No, they screamed later though, that's the thing. Let me submit lady first real quick. Oh, that's not it. Damn it, I thought it was it. Damn it, I thought that was the right one. Is it not? What is it then? Is it a person? An evidence? Is it an evidence? Oh. But she should have heard the knocks, right? Like, that's what she should have heard. Is there a sound? Was there a sound that she should have heard? Wait, hold on. No, wait, that's right. She should have heard the witness then. The witness, because he had to get on the board eventually.
Take that!
Thrice-fired Mason? Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Order! Order! Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed that earlier that you were the first person on the to board the omnibus, is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded. That it was, not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least, not in plain sight. So, you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time. Did I not just say that as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And, from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, wasn't I? Waiting for the swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Ah! We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Mrs. Stra's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the fact. Ah! Yeah, that is suspicious. Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Von Zeeks. Yes, he knew. He knew all too well what there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are completely, entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. He's dead right. How could the victim possibly not have been boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Ah, she didn't even say anything. I just didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars. And neither can I. Mr. Foreman, I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways, but I must say, I cannot abide liars. Mr. Naruto, that's 5 jury members leading towards guilty. And how many glasses does he got? He already smashed like 2, right? Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nibunese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. Ah! Ah! What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Armadan? This is carnage. It's perfect. Juror number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruto, the way this is going, I know if we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilda's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost. I very much wanted to believe that the words of one of London's most respectable gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel! I'm sorry, sir? Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in the question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? Did they both arrive at the same time? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. There's no other entranceway. We already confirmed that the skylight can't be opened. There's no door on the other... There's no door on the other side, right? No, there isn't. Was he put there after he died? That still would require a door to open. I mean, I guess the window. If it's so possible. Wait, hold on. The blood print wasn't here earlier. Is this floor reversible? Is this floor reversible? Did it like flip or something? Because this flooring wasn't here before. Maybe I'm thinking too much, maybe. If the door was opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way. I wondered what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other has only windows. Fixed with windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door. But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that is the door. Another opening that which allows the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. I'm not thinking. Am I actually not overthinking it? Wait, yo, guys, did I actually solve it? Did I actually solve it from that very slight information I remember? Yo, hold on, I'm saving. Alright, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here is the omnibus in which the incident occurred. Just where on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim entered the cabin? what about here?
Take that!
Okay, so that's not the answer. Ugh. Oh. Okay, let me load that real quick. So, not the floor? It's still weird though, because there's blood on the floor that we didn't notice before. Did I really miss it that easily? Hold on, I forgot to check something. There is no other way, is there? Huh. It looks like the floor is actually the same. Oh, I guess not then. Huh. Huh. I could try presenting the window. The answer is obvious. It could only been the skylight. I say the skylight.
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However, oh, I objected before I even let him talk. The skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim, but do you have a shred of evidence to support your adult brain theory? Both Mr. McGilden and Mrs. Shaw said the same in their testimonies. They each have claimed heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from his seat, having been assaulted with a dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witness described? A noise loud enough to cause Mrs. Shaw to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Good gracious. Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment when the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin? That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... Oh. Might a humble fella make a wee comment here? Mr. McGill did. To be sure now, the two fellas who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that it is not so much a case of them not saying it, but... I see what happened. It happened before they both entered, right? No, wait. No, wait. Aye. It's a case of them being unable to say. Sorry, what? I think perhaps the two fellas... You're happy having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof. You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were... Ah! Wait, both of them? Hold it. Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? You rotter, he said, you rotter! What are you insinuating? Are you on a horse? Is First on a horse or something? This is a flaming outrage! I've a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute! He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he says, and so will I. Mr. Fairplay, you're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker. And me, a very, very angry hatter, suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too. What about you, you rotten scoundrel? Well, he's still right there. Order! 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 This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It is. It's very helpful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Zieks. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue isn't wanting. You proposed to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimidated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What time are we wasting? Get to testify! I thought there was something fishy about the hat from the moment I laid eyes on that fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. Oh, what's going on? The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay, Mr. Frost. My lord. You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. Wait, why is he so suspicious now? I didn't come here for this. And Mr. McGilded seems to have thought this well out. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. We were the only two people on that roof deck, dead or alive, I swear to that. If anything had happened where we're sitting, don't you think either of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We could possibly have opened it. If you're so sure about the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine how either a witness can have performed any malevolent act on his own on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. That's right, you say? We're innocent, I tell you. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down to if the two of you were in collusion with one another. What? According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Ha! Well, I don't draw scarpers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going on in our favor, really, so why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck? Absolutely not, Dickon! Now we have like 4 people at the same time. No questions about it, he said, none at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin, talking with this man here. They were talking? Is this true, Mr. McGilded? Dear me, my lord, at the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately. That's an outright lie. Without a doubt, you were engaged in. Let me stop you there, fella, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? At all? Ah. 'Tis all but evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You do well to remember that. I saw you with my own eyes. This is going so well. If anything had happened while we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly. Is this some kind of a lark? Is this a kind of a joke, he said? Is this what it is? Or perhaps one or the other of you both fell asleep briefly. Are you fair dinkum, sir? Are you serious, sir? That's what he said? Impossible, I tell you. I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bitter cold. And if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you'd never open them again. That's extreme. It was extreme, I tell you, and we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true Joe would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But you see, I was away with the infairies and I didn't hear you at all. That's a lie! I saw you in the glass! You were talking to someone! Now, 'twas a cold night, so it was. But people do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. 'Tis hardly surprising. Seeing things? Seeing things? I believe we have reached an impasse here on this particular point. Ah, you! Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then 'tis only fair that you and the other fiend are too. Open and free competition is what a capitalist society is all about. This isn't even a competition I would like to be involved in, really. It was a baby! Unfortunately, I see no baby here. In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man.
Hold it!
Well, that's wrong though. So you never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before? Oh, no! Not once! Never! He never met the man before, he said? Never! And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either? That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. You see? How many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have remotest connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin. Well, look, this guy seems to say otherwise.
Excuse me.
Mr. McGilded? Ah, yes, Kansa. What may I be doing for you? Doing you for? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection. Is that right now? I wonder. Oh? What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay. It has been too long, so it has. Eh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date? I beg your pardon? You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. I don't know, unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. Well, now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? A sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off on another. Ah! And young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? You seem to be making hats for a living, do you not? That the top hat sliding about on your head, is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand? I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. Hehe, the perfect fit, is it? Well, 'tis a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers. Such as Thrice-Fired Mason. Ah! Oh yeah, the hat style is similar, actually. I just realized, yeah. Well, not similar enough, but if he is a hatter, the style does match him. I guess maybe he was an actual customer. There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence before, my lord. Oh, this you mean? I can't help but thinking that the poor fella's hat looks distinctly familiar, what did you say? Oh! That's one of my hats! Hehe, aye, that it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. The sort of customer, I'd wager, you could have had a wee quarrel with over distinctiveness for the goods. Oh, no, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't had the remotest connections to the victim, you see. I rest my case. You little weasel! Ah! He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGilded has certainly been through in his research, hasn't he? Please, don't let me little interruptions hold up the proceedings. I got a hat hunter, apparently. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it.
Hold it!
Are you quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute! He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute! That's what he said! Take a look at it for yourself! Go on! You see? It's shut fast now, just like it was on the night! Wait, so it is, of course. A fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break through it all right still and all. Wait a second. Wait, hold on. I just saw something weird. Is it cracked? Is that cracked over there? It looks cracked. Also in this world, there's no such thing as perjury. I forgot what perjury means. What was that one again? Yeah, apparently, yeah, there's no such thing as perjury. Like, everyone's lying and they're not getting punished for it. What? Yeah, I realized that's what you meant. I just realized. Just look at the size of the thing, you understand. Now you hold on a minute, sir. The size of the thing means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop on the arcane, shall we? I have a feeling that... Here's what I'm assuming. He fell through the skylight. Mr. McGilded puts him on the seat, and then puts the girl next to him, and then the two jets joins the carriage ride. Let's stop on the arcane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke the wind loudly. I shocked myself with it, as it happened. You broke wind? What? This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see? Oh. But, just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as rogue as I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried when inside the cabinet shape. Oh?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade? It opens. Huh? The skylight. That is what we're talking about, right? Reloading! All them skylights open, dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon. That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, You can't do it from the inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck on one of them drags, and I had a great haul. I mean, I had puzzles coming out of my ears. Mr. Strahd, this is not the form to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of us surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was, I used the skylight. Opened the catch and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch for them skylight is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the in cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck. Bailiff, climb up to the roof and of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims. Oh, it's not cracked. Oh, it slides. Ah! Oh, my hat! See? Order! 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 So, it appears this street girl's statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens. And for the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo, this could be the clue that we've been looking for. Well, counsel for defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. So, the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate it for myself. I should. Well. So the skylight was fastened shut before, but now the catch has been undone, we should be able to open it. Yeah, that makes more sense now. It certainly seems that the carriage is opening, that's for sure. Lamp inside. Huh. Well, it definitely does look like it can open now. I wonder why it looks any different from the inside. Huh. Quite fascinating, if you ask me. Oh, wait, what? Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through, certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, why someone like me? Ah! What is it? Look! Just here, look at this! That's, without question, it's blood! Why would there be blood stain over there? Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? Well, we got proof right there. Now we got proof. The victim, if you're sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? Well, we just got it.
Objection!
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight onto the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? That's utter humbug! Ah, you can't possibly have any evidence! No, you can't! I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you! It's impossible! Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom? Counsel? My lord, I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? You will point out what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight. Well, we just saw it earlier.
Got it!
By Jupiter, is that blood? Ah! This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my! And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabinet himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No! Order! Order! Order!
Hold it!
But the blood could have sprayed up there when he fell and was stabbed inside the cabin! And only found its way onto that one particular spot on the skylight. Sure, then that would be very convenient. Ah! And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened right from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But, there's no way to know for certain, is there? That the jet really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? I was about to say, there was that blood stain earlier that I failed to notice. 'Tis all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fella dropping from a fair height rift right there, so it is. What? No! But it can't be. It's all lies! My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can, yes sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So, they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing. Except that you convicted. You literally decided that he was guilty a few times already. On three, then, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
Chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh, and what would you be referring to then now, Lord Van Zieks? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight? Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed. What? What are you talking about? It's there for all to see. It is clearly blood.
Objection!
Did someone tamper it? I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute certainty that no such smear of blood existed in the carriage, at least not until this trial began. But are you suggesting, Lord Van Zieks, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes, and while this court has been in session. What? Hey, what a palaver! I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standard, Lord Van Zieks. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fella known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens, happens like that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I trust your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut tut, Lord Van Zieks, this will not do, to be sure. Will it now, Consul? Huh? Oh, no! I think it's fair to say this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? But if you will cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone have possibly put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? The smoke grenade. Isn't that why? Isn't that right now? Right now, Counsel? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time that court has been in session. My learned friend, here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think it could have been possible. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can, but still, I feel as though something even more important is at stake here. There is no evidence that suggests that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh, good gracious. Explain yourself, Counsel. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from his deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take as a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. The courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and all that chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus, which explains the missing items as well. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, ye rotten feckless gouger? Feckless gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. This is a wicked plot. It's a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as, to start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have a smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I've said, that was not present at the start of the trial and this morning. Unfortunately, Lord Von Zieks, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That is true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Not necessarily. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. I did verify it, though! What do you think? Sorry? I did verify it, though. About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? Is it the pool of blood? I swear I did not see that there earlier. I have an inkling. My lord. Yes, counsel? There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you'd be better start watching your back.
Objection!
Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification. Gah! This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. What exactly is this alleged mark that you claim to appear at some point during the trial? This, I don't remember seeing this here. If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. Also, the blood color was slightly off, I just realized. But as far as I recall, this blood stain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord! Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very clear slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there is at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. Was he actually lying this entire time? This trial is over! Mr. McGilded, I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it's all over now. But you're the defendant. 'Tis over, I tell you. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw. 'Tis all a nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there, now. Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord? I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstains in question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Von Zeeks, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As for formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at this moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded would be found not guilty. Yes. Which would mean we've won. Feels wrong, definitely. Is it alright for the trial to come to an end now, with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes so wrong on so many ways. Do I have evidence, first of all? There's a lot of inconsistencies I have, though. I know of a lot of inconsistencies. Well, I guess, okay, hold on. The blood-stained hands we know about. That they mentioned, that the witnesses confirmed. The blood, internal hemorrhaging. Is there anything else that's odd? We don't have any other evidence, honestly. I don't think I have any other evidence, yeah. That's it. I think I have no choice but to say he is innocent. As Mr. McGilded's legal representative, I can't breathe. The air in here is stifling. But I'm this man's defense lawyer. There's only one thing I can say in this situation. I believe the defendant, Magnus McGilded, innocent of all the allegations brought against him. Thank you, counsel. Here's to you, my Nipponese friend, and to the most abject closing I have yet to hear in a court of law. Order! Order! Hehehehe! Wahahaha! Oh, 'twas a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was. A grand decision. You've saved one of London's most influential gentlemen, fella. You should be proud of yourself. Here, have this for your troubles. Your job here is done, fella, and some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? 'Tis just that the right honorable gentleman so succinctly put to the fore, the trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality. I really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of properly, as I said. Now, Sink and Rich are always guilty of something. You, mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park. Feels wrong, now that proceedings have unfolded in this way. I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. Unless new evidence comes out, then I can stop him. I thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
Objection!
Oh, but we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't even know if these witnesses are telling the truth or the pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord Von Zieks, my lord, the case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection!
But wait! When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Von Zieks ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair. The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. What? Well, Lord Von Zieks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. You mean to tell me this has been all a grand waste of time? 'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded. Oh, good grief, you've more to say to me, have you? Just one thing, a warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. Wahahaha! I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Confetti, but it's not no cheers. Wow. I can't believe it. This is an outrage. They should have examined the evidence more. What are you talking about? The man's been cleared. He's innocent. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty. Ostensibly a victory for us. That certainly was a long trial. Yes, it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Mr. Sato, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain the verdict of that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, you did. Mr. McGilded. Ah, and that girl was with them too. Well, it seems that the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do letting off when there is a verdict of not guilty. Oh, you saw that too? I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacularly, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Wahahaha! Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out here as a free man then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight talker, fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there for once or twice. But you're strong and headstrong. Wahaha! It is water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and obstinate deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I have absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. Wahahaha! It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Oh, be whiz, you're a humble people, are you? You're from the East. Well, if you insist. But have this, still and all, you deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded? Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I've asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm no under obligation to take part in any more of this matter now, but as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so 'tis. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. And there he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Don't fire at my face. Don't move! Whereas I want to say, get a move on! She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry. And I hate all grown-ups. Ah! There you are! Oh, who's this? Naughty, running off like that? Is this some kind of a picnic? Who's this little girl now? And taking that thing with you as well! I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ha! Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me? Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades were so dull, don't you agree? White, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could be at least a pretty color, I thought to myself. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all? I just took my eyes off her a moment whilst I was changing into a different omnibus, and she pinched it off. She pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. What's it? What? I have no idea what this girl is talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to my lab. What? What for? To apologize, of course, silly, to my technician. What? You mean, say sorry? You may say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? Humph, I don't listen to no adults. Come along then, follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh good, you see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that's what she wants, is to not get shot by that massive gun of yours. We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm sorry for all the fuss. She has to work with Sholmes. She has the same goggles. She was a lively one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yes, you're right, but where to? Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner than we arrived in London than we had time to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. Huh. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings, but this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we can spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room or mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over. Oh. Fire?
Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick!
The omnibus?
How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
Oh.
No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there. This can't be.
Well then, who was silenced? Oh, is it the banker? Could it be the banker that was silenced? Oh my god. Okay, one more save, and I'm gonna go ahead and stop here. It is 7.5 done, so I am done. Oh. Whew. Hope you all enjoyed. Holy crap, that was long as hell. My throat is parched as well, even with using the cough medicine to like help me stay chill about it. All right, thanks again for coming, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed. Let's go find someone to raid. Hope you guys enjoyed though. I cannot wait to play more of this. I think I'll play this again on Friday. Sunday I plan to do something else. Might get back into doing art actually, and maybe playing a open lobby game if anyone wants to join me. I don't know. It might be competitive. I'm not sure, honestly. Lots of things that I'm thinking about, but we'll have to see. Gonna close the game. Sleep mode my console. Okay, let's go find someone to raid now. I see one person right now. Let me go see if there's anyone else playing right now. Oh gosh, there's a lot of people. Holy crap. Okay, so who are we going to raid? Who are we going to raid? Zomboid, We Were Here Expeditions, Art, Baldur's Gate, Visage, only someone's just sleeping apparently. Just chatting. Monster Hunter, PCG, oh they're playing Genshin. Remnant 2, Monster Hunter World. You know what? I don't think I've seen this. I don't think I've rated this person before. I've been following them for some time now, but I don't remember. It's been a while. Either I've known them or something. But we're gonna go ahead and rate them. We're rating the Sayuki, playing We Were Here Expeditions: The Friendship. I'm trying to remember how I follow Sayuki. I think they're actually a mutual through another friend. That's the best way I could probably describe like how I know Sayuki. But I do remember. I do recognize the name from somewhere. Can't remember from whomst though. Anyways, I might as well just go ahead and raid. Yeah, you know what? Let's just go ahead and raid them. Why not? You know what? We'll give it to them. I believe the game they're playing is a puzzle game. We Were Here. It's almost like don't stop talking and don't keep talking, don't explode. But like instead, it's like 2-player co-op stories, where like one side has clues, the other side has the results. So yeah, we'll go ahead and rate them. All right. Thanks again for coming, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed. Tomorrow we'll be rating as usual. I might try to wake up early to play some Remnant 2 and see if I can beat that game with or without Divine, depending on what time he's up. And we'll also be playing more Astroneer. Hopefully it will be more comfy time. And I think that'll be it. Okay, thanks again for coming. Hope you guys enjoyed. I will see you guys later here or on these Discords, and I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.